Psst, hey, would you do me a favor? Grab your phone or smart device and open up that camera. Then point it right here at the QR code. Do you have it? I'll wait a second. When you see the link pop up on your screen, give it a tap. You ready? Boom! Welcome to the Hillsborough County official YouTube channel. We've got all sorts of videos here, all about what makes our community such an awesome place. From local events and community highlights to what's in the perfect Cuban sandwich. We've got it all. We're always adding new things, so while you're here, be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you'll never miss a new video. Here's that QR code again, just in case you missed it. Go ahead and check it out. Ooh. This must have fallen out of that video. This really is the perfect Cuban sandwich.
Good evening. If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the November 14th, 2022 Zoning Hearing Master Hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding as the hearing officer over tonight's cases. Let me start by introducing Mr. Brian Grady to my left. He's with the Development Services Department. He'll introduce other staff members that'll be participating tonight and also go over tonight's changes, if we have any, to the agenda. Mr. Grady.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. Again, for the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. We do not have any changes to the published agenda. So before I go through the published withdrawals and continuances beginning on page 4 of the agenda, I'll introduce staff that's joining us tonight virtually. From Zoning Review staff, Isis Brown, Tanya Chabella, Michelle Heinrich, Sam Ball, and Tim Lampkin. From the Planning Commission, Andrea Papandrew. From the County Attorney's Office, Mary Dorman and Cameron Clark. And from our Transportation Review staff, Richard Perez, James Ratliff, and Alex Steady. Again, there's no change to the agenda, so I will go through the published withdrawals and continuances beginning on page 4 of the agenda. The first item is item A1, rezoning PD 22-0567. This application is out of order to be heard and to be continued to the December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A2, rezoning PD 22-0648. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A3, major mod application 22-0671. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A4, major mod application 22-0686. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A5, rezoning PD 22-0696. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A6, rezoning PD 22-0719. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A7, rezoning PD 22-0853. This application is being continued by the applicant to the January 17, 2023 zoning hearing mastering. Item A8, rezoning PD 22-0857. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A9, rezoning PD 22-0865. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A10, rezoning PD 22-0866. This application is being continued by staff to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A11, major mod application 22-0867. This application is being continued by the applicant to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A12, rezoning PD 22-0877. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A13, major mod application 22-0884. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A13, major mod application 22-0884. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A14, rezoning standard 22-0927. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A15, rezoning standard 22-0945. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A16, rezoning PD 22-0948. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A17, rezoning PD 22-1082. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A18, major mod application 22-1096. This application is being continued by the applicant to the December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A19, rezoning PD 22-1107. This application is being continued by the applicant to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A20, major mod application 22-1116. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A21, major mod application 22-1120. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A22, rezoning standard 22-1169. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A23, rezoning PD 22-1195. This application is being continued by the applicant to December 12, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A24, rezoning PD 22-1204. This application is being continued by the applicant to the February 20th, 2023 zoning hearing mastering. Item A25, rezoning PD 22-1225. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A26, rezoning PD 22-1226. This application is being continued by staff to December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A27, major mod application 22-1228. This application is being continued by the applicant to December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A28, rezoning PD 22-1229. This application is being continued by the applicant to the December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A29, major mod application 22-1236. This application is being continued by the applicant to December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A30, major mod application 22-1239. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A31, rezoning PD 22-1257. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A32, rezoning PD 22-1330. This application is being continued by the applicant to the December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A33, rezoning PD 22-1337. This application is being continued by the applicant to December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A34, rezoning PD 22-1338. This application is being continued by the applicant to December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A35, major mod application 22-1339. This application is being continued by staff to December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing mastering. Item A36, major mod application 22-1340. This This application item will already be heard and is being continued to the December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A37, Major Mod Application 22-1392. This application item will already be heard and is being continued to the December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A38, Rezoning Standard 22-1431. This application item will already be heard and is being continued to the January 17th, 2023 zoning hearing master hearing. And item A39, Rezoning Standard 22-1445. This application item will be heard and is being continued to the December 12th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. That concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Grady. I appreciate it. Let me start by going over our procedures for tonight's hearing. Our hearing today consists of agenda items that require a public hearing by the zoning hearing master. I'll conduct the hearing on each agenda item and will file a recommendation within 15 business days following tonight's hearing. Those recommendations are then sent to the Board of County Commissioners, who will make the final decision. Our hearing tonight is informal. I'll ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony. I may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate, and I will decide all questions of procedure. I'll take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding by me unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation tonight is as follows. Mr. Grady of the Development Services Department will make a brief introduction for each agenda item. Next will be the applicant. The applicant and their team have a total of 15 minutes to present their case. Then we'll go to the Development Services Department planner that was assigned to the case, who will have 5 minutes to present the county's findings. Next, we go to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission also has 5 minutes to present their findings of consistency with the county's comprehensive plan. And then we go to proponents, anyone that would like to speak in favor of an application. Total proponent time is 15 minutes. The same is true next when we go to opponents, anyone who would like to speak against an application. Everybody, all total, 15 minutes. We go back to Development Services for any comments that they have based on the testimony or information we received tonight. And then finally, we go back to the applicant. The applicant has the last word and has 5 minutes for rebuttal. I don't think this is an issue, but I'll just go over it quickly for anyone that's here that wants to speak in favor or against an application. It is 15 minutes. What we will do, if there's a number of people that want to speak either in the room here or we have people that are participating virtually online, we will take a show of hands. And so if 5 people want to speak, then we will divide that 15 minutes into 3 minutes each, and we will track it with a timer we have that's run by the clerk's office. If you are going to speak, whether you're in the room or online, when you start, always give us your name. We are recording this hearing and we want to make sure that we get who is speaking to what case accurate. And for the first time you come up, if you could also give us your address, your name and your address for the record. If you're in the room and you are done speaking, if you could see Robbie, she's to my left, she's with the clerk's office. She has a sign-in sheet, and we would ask that you also sign in your name, address, and the application number that you're speaking to, and that way we make sure we've got everybody counted. Let me now go to the county attorney, who will advise you of the legal requirements which govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. I believe it's Mr. Clark. Oh, Ms. Dorman.
Actually, it's Ms. Dorman. Yes.
Hello.
Hi. Mary Dorman from the County Attorney's Office. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will make a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its January 10th, 2023 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the land use hearing officer. For each application, the land use hearing officer will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area, applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service, and applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record either prior to or at the public hearing tonight are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications which do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. The board shall allow public testimony by parties of record at its meeting to consider the land use hearing officer's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Any public testimony shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the land use hearing officer unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, an individual who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, an individual certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, an individual who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, an individual who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Again, the oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It is the role of the county's attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As I mentioned, all testimony must be under oath. So if you plan to speak tonight, if you're in the room or virtual, if you please stand and raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Seated. All right, Mr. Grady, we're ready for the first case.
The first item is agenda item C1, rezoning standard 22-0698. The applicant is David Wright with TSB Companies Incorporated. The request is a rezone from planned development to commercial neighborhood with restrictions. Isis Brown with county staff will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, Mr. Wright, good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. My name is David Wright, president of TSP Companies. Our address is P.O. Box 273417, Tampa, Florida 33688, and I have been sworn in. Tonight, I'm presenting a request to rezone a 0.43 acre property from PD, allowing BPO uses to neighborhood commercial restricted. The restrictions require a 6-foot masonry wall as screening to the adjacent residential use to the south, and also limit the proposed uses to less intense neighborhood commercial uses. I've reviewed and in agreement with the Development Services and Planning Commission staff reports, which find the request to be approvable with the proposed restrictions and consistent with the comprehensive plan. I've not been contacted by any citizens expressing concerns with this request, and I'm not aware of any opposition. I'll respectfully request your recommendation of approval, and I'll conclude my presentation. In the interest of time, I am available to answer any questions.
Mr. Wright, just a quick question. If you know, I see the proposed restrictions, and I just wondered if you had an identified use at the moment of the property.
We had an identified use. It was going to be a coffee shop, but the coffee shop wanted a drive-through. And working with Planning Commission staff, they were not agreeable to a drive-through, so that's no longer a proposed use. I think that the applicant is probably going to use it for food trucks in the interim until he finds a more permanent use.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll go to Development Services.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services, discussing case number 22, standard rezone 22-0698. The request is to rezone from the existing plan development with the recent modification PRS 210082 zoning district to the proposed commercial neighborhood with restrictions CNR zoning district. The proposed zoning for CN permits development limited to retail uses and personal services in freestanding buildings or small shopping centers to serve residential neighborhoods on lots containing a minimum of 7,000 square feet. The applicant has proposed restrictions to specify specific permitted uses and specific screening along the southern property line. Current acreage of the property is 0.43 acres with a density of 0.12 FAR, floor area ratio, and based on that, the mathematical maximum will be 2,100 square feet of BPO uses. The proposed is 0.2 floor area ratio, which will permit a max of 3,746 square feet, so 3,746 square feet. Okay. There we go. All right, the site is located in an area comprising of a mixture of uses. The subject site is vacant and located within the Res 4 future land use category, which permits commercial, agricultural, and single-family residential uses. The adjacent properties are zoned PD 89081 to the west, approved for commercial office and 160-bed community residential home. CN to the north, PD 070209 to the east, approved for commercial uses and office uses, and ASC1 agricultural single family conventional and BP to the south. The subject site meets commercial locational criteria. However, Planning Commission staff has expressed compatibility concerns regarding the potential impacts of the commercial use, including drive-through uses adjacent to the single family property to the south. The Land Development Codes requires a 20-foot buffer with a 6-foot high fence or hedge with a 10-foot evergreen trees planted on the 20-foot center along the southern boundary adjacent to the ASC1 parcel. As noted herein, the parcel is 0.43 acres, which permits a maximum building of 3,746 square feet. The triangular shaped parcel configuration at the apex of the intersection of Bell Shoals Road and Lithia Pinecrest Road therefore requires a 30-foot building setback along the other project boundaries. Lithia Pinecrest Road is also designated a scenic corridor, which requires an additional 15 feet and tree plantings as required by Part 6.06.03I of the Land Development Code. Therefore, staff finds that the size and depth of the subject parcel located along the apex intersection of Bell Shoals Road and Lithia Pinecrest Road with required buffer screening setbacks and maximum building size will create a zoning pattern, development and pattern that is consistent with the existing pattern in the area. The recommendation, staff finds that the request is approvable with the following applicant proposed restrictions. 1, commercial development of the subject property shall include a 20-foot buffer with a type B screening along the south property line. Screening shall be a 6-foot masonry wall. And 2, the proposed commercial uses shall be restricted to electric repair, small electric repair, floral shop, locksmith, mail and package services, mail order office, newsstand, optical or optical supplies, photography studio, printing services, specialty food store, travel agency, watch, clock, jewelry repair, barber, beauty shop, business services, restaurants without drive-through, coffee shop without drive-through facilities, food trucks, family support services, medical office, business professional, and professional services. This ends my presentation. I am available for any questions.
No questions. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission, please.
Good evening, Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is within the residential 4 future land use category. The site is located in the urban service area and the Brandon community plan. According to Appendix A of the future land use element, the intent of the residential 4 future land use category is to designate areas that are suitable for low density residential development. The subject site is surrounded by residential 4 on all sides, and the area is a mixture of vacant land, single-family residential, and light commercial uses. Policy 1.4 requires all new development to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. The site is proposing commercial neighborhood uses that may potentially include drive-through uses directly adjacent to single-family residential on the south side. The applicant has proposed restrictions for greater compatibility with the surrounding area and meets the intent of policy 1.4 by restricting the site to uses that are compatible with adjacent single-family and not including drive-throughs. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of objective 9 and policy 9.2 that require all new development to meet local, state, and federal land development regulations. At the time of uploading this report, or at the time of this report from Planning Commission staff, transportation and zoning comments were not yet available in optics and were not taken into consideration for the analysis of this request. However, staff have indicated that the proposal meets all applicable land development regulations. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies of objective 16, policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.5, and 17.7. The development pattern of the surrounding area includes commercial uses to the north of the Lithia, Pinecrest, and Bell Shoals Road intersection. As stated by Development Services, the applicant will be providing a 6-foot masonry wall on the south property line, and as well as compatible commercial uses that do not include drive-through uses as listed in the conditions of approval. The proposed rezoning also meets commercial location criteria per objective 22, is within the 900-foot distance from the nearest node at Lithia Pinecrest Road and Bell Shoals Road intersection. The community design component provides guidance on commercial developments. Goal 17 encourages development that improves the ambience of commercial development in the county. Objective 17-1 and policy 17.1-4 seek to facilitate patterns of development that are organized and purposeful. Planning Commission staff are supportive of the proposed restrictions, and the applicant meets the intent of Goal 17. Subject site is in the suburban character district of the Brandon Community Plan. The area anticipates a range of primarily residential uses, while commercial uses may be considered intersection nodes. And a rezoning to commercial neighborhood restricted respects the transition to single-family residential to the south and maintain existing suburban character. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in support? I don't see anyone. No one online? All right. Anyone in opposition to this request? Seeing no one. All right. County staff, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Mr. Wright, you have the last word if you'd like it.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. With that, then we'll close rezoning 22-0698 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C2, rezoning standard 22-1303. The applicant is David Mullen. The request is rezoned from AS1 to commercial general. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Is the applicant here? Yes. Good evening. Please come forward. If you could start by giving us your name and address.
My name is David W. Mullen, professional engineer, and my address is 625 East North Broadway, Columbus, Ohio.
Thank you so much.
We are requesting that the parcel located at 4308 James L. Redmond Parkway, Plant City, Florida, be rezoned from AS1 to CG. We have submitted a request for the commercial location criteria waiver as per policy 22.8 of the commercial location criteria. Proposed plan amendments to the Planning Commission. The parcel is currently zoned as an AS1 with future land use of RES1, which no longer meets the needs of the owner. The current zoning for the parcel restricts the owner from commercial usage. Granting the CLC waiver will in turn may allow the owner to have the parcel rezoned to commercial general, which would be less restrictive of the usage. As a commercial property, it would bring not only more revenue in for the city of Plant City, but more revenue for the county of Hillsborough. It is also would bring more traffic flow to Plant City, which in turn would aid the economy in the local area. The parcel is located in the midst of other commercial properties of mixed usages. So granting a CLC waiver for the commercial property of mixed uses. As evidence shows, north of the parcel, there is at 4114 Guillermo's Auto Sales. At south of the parcel is LS Curb Services at 4206. Dollar General is located at 102 Colson Road in Plant City. Austin Strawberry Exchange, 107 Holloway Road, Plant City. H&L RV, 4511 James L. Redmond Parkway. Race Smokes Mullets, 4511 James L. Redmond Parkway, Plant City. So we've basically, we are just requesting it to be commercial. And that's it.
All right, thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services, case standard rezone 22-1303. The request is to rezone from the existing AS1 agricultural single family zoning district to the proposed commercial general CG zoning district. The proposed zoning for CG permits commercial office and personal services development on lots containing a minimum of 10,000 square feet. Current acreage, 2.51 acres, and the density is 1 dwelling unit per acre with a maximum mathematical of 1 dwelling unit per acre. Proposed zoning district has an FAR of 0.27, and that will allow for 29,520 square feet. The site is located in an area comprised of mixed and commercial uses and rural agriculture. The subject site is surrounded by properties with Res 1 category, which permits commercial and office and multi-purpose uses. The site is adjacent to commercial, agricultural, and residential type properties. The adjacent properties are zoned AS1 to the west, south, and east, and CG commercial general and AS1 to the north. Staff finds that the requests consist are compatible with the existing and emerging zoning and development pattern along the portion of James L. Redmond Parkway. The majority, approximately 60% of the property frontage along the east side of James L. Redmond Parkway to the north and south of the subject parcel between the block formed by Kelgore Road to the north and Holloway Colson Road to the south is zoned CG. Along the subject parcel and the adjacent parcels to the south are not zoned CG. The parcel is immediate to the north are zoned in the 2020 RZ zone 10-0780 and was found approvable by staff. The proposed CG zoning district is similar situated and is therefore continuation of existing commercial development pattern along the portion of James L. Redmond Parkway and compatible infill development. Additionally, James L. Redmond Parkway is designated as a scenic corridor, and as a result, this may trigger additional buffering and tree plantings as required by Part 6.06.03I of the Land Development Code. The subject site is located outside the Hillsborough County Urban Service Area. Therefore, water and/or wastewater services are not generally allowed. Your site is required otherwise allowed to connect to portable and/or wastewater systems. Therefore, off-site improvements required that extend beyond the connection of the closest infrastructure. Based on the above consideration, staff finds the request approvable. I'm available for any questions.
I do have a question, Ms. Brown. In reading the backup, I see that transportation objects to this rezoning. And pretty strong comments, honestly, that they talked to FDOT and FDOT said no to the additional access, and that it's not warranted by the Land Development Code. And then their final comment says that they object to it, and it would likely, if it were approved, the site would likely be unbuildable. So how does that impact your staff recommendation?
Can you?
Ms. Brown, can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Based on compatibility to the north.
I understand your compatibility argument from looking at the zoning map. I understand that, but the transportation piece is what I'm asking about, that they clearly don't think that the site is buildable if it were approved because DOT won't give them an additional access point. And we can ask, is Mr. Perez on the line or Mr. Ratliff?
Alex is on the line. Can you chime in, please?
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. Yes, you are correct. The transportation, I think the transportation comments may have come after she had filed her report, when maybe that's the miscommunication here. But yes, you are correct that transportation cannot support this rezoning based on those objections from our report.
Okay, so there aren't any updated comments. This is it. You object to the rezoning.
Right. That is our final on our final.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grady. Any additional comments before I move to the Planning Commission?
Yeah, I think the objections from transportation is problematic. I think there must have been some internal miscommunications regarding that objection, because generally, if transportation objected, we generally would not be supportive of an application. So I'll note that for the record.
Okay.
I think that certainly is a issue of concern given their objections to the request regarding DOT issues.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. So next we'll go to the Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappendrew, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is within the residential 1 future land use category. The site is within the rural area and is not located within the limits of a community plan. The subject site is located in the rural area where according to Objective 4 of the future land use element, no more than 20% of all population growth within the county will occur. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of Objective 4 or Policy 4.1. Objective 4 seeks to provide areas for long-term agricultural uses and large lot, low-density rural residential uses, which can exist without the threat of urban or suburban encroachment. The proposed request is inconsistent with this policy direction as the site does not meet commercial locational criteria, and the request to rezone to commercial general zoning is incompatible with the surrounding land uses to the north and east. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of Objective 16 and policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 16.5 that require proposed uses to meet the intent of the future land use category and the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. The subject's future land use classification is residential 1, and the proposed rezoning would not allow for gradual transition or the utilization of buffer areas between the residential and agricultural land uses that currently surround the site. The site does not meet commercial locational criteria as defined in Objective 22 as it is not located within the required distance from an intersection node. The nearest qualifying intersection is the James L. Remnant Parkway and Colson Road, and it's approximately 1,400 feet away from the subject property, which is greater than the 660-foot distance as required per policy 22.2. The applicant has requested a waiver to commercial locational criteria permitted by policy 22.8 of the future land use element. The waiver states that the proposed use is compatible with the existing commercial uses located directly north and further south of the subject site. The applicant also contends that allowing a commercial use would meet the owner of the subject site's needs and would also serve the needs of the residents of the surrounding area by bringing in more traffic and revenue. Planning Commission staff have reviewed the waiver request and find it inconsistent for the following reasons. Commercial general uses are subject to the commercial locational criteria regardless of the applicant's interpretation of intended uses and benefits. The waiver request is contradictory to Objective 22 as permitting additional commercial uses along James L. Remnant Parkway would allow the opportunity for future strip development patterns. Although the proposed rezoning resembles similar development patterns directly north of the subject site, allowing a commercial general use would conflict with the surrounding parcels that currently utilize residential, agricultural, and quasi-public uses. Based upon this, Planning Commission staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners not grant the applicant a waiver to commercial locational criteria. Goal 7, Objective 7-1 of the Community Design Component aim to preserve existing rural and agricultural uses as they provide viable residential alternatives to urban and suburban areas. The proposed rezoning to allow for commercial uses would directly conflict with the goals and objectives as it would remove the agricultural single-family uses that are currently utilized on the subject site and proliferate strip commercial development in an area that is generally dominated by an agricultural and rural residential development pattern. Goal 17, the community design component, encourages developments that improve the ambience of commercial development in the county. Objective 17-1 and Policy 17-1.4 seek to facilitate patterns of development that are organized and purposeful. A rezoning to commercial general would not meet this intent as the existing commercial uses surrounding the site are not unified or cohesive with one another. The site does not meet the intent of FLU Policy 25.3. Though the policy does not explicitly state a site must be in the urban service area, the definition of the comp plan for infill is as follows: development on scattered vacant sites within the urbanized, suburbanized area of a community in a predominantly developed area. The site is in the rural area and not within the urban service area, and the site does not meet the definition for infill. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Anyone in support? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No. All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay. Sir, you have the last word if you'd like to take it. You have to come forward and speak on the microphone. And before you start, if you could give us your name and address. If you could give us your name and address. Thank you.
My name is Tanner Tavlan, T-A-N-E-R-T-A-V-L-A-N, and address 2112 Crosby Road, Valrico 33594.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, this property, left and right, is all commercial. And I like to build a warehouse for my business. And I'm importing stuff from China and I'm selling to the community. Yeah, and I have no reason like I'm gonna create traffic or anything like that. And I like to go through and get my property commercial. Yeah, and I don't see any other way because me and my neighbor, the only residential or rest is commercial. And we are on the James L. Parkway. I have no reason to see, except maybe traffic-wise, like turning to the property. But there is a traffic lights 300 feet away from the place. I can make my turn, and that's what I'll be doing. And other than that, they just built the Dollar General 300 from me. And there's a next door, and he's ready to build something, and his is commercial. And then after that, there is a place, big warehouse. There's all around commercial. There is no residential around. Me and my neighbor, that's it. That's all.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're
If you
welcome.
could please sign in with the clerk's office. All right, so that was the applicant's rebuttal. So we'll close the hearing. We'll close rezoning 22-1452 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C3, rezoning standard 22-1449. The applicant is Kelly Conte. The request is rezoned from RSC 6 to RSC 6 with a mobile home overlay. I'll provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Let me just correct that. There's an issue with the header of that last case that has the wrong application number. It said 1452 and it should be 1303 on that last case. Correct?
In the staff report?
In the staff report,
Okay, we can
yeah.
correct that.
It's just a header, I wrote
Okay,
the wrong number.
all right.
But anyway, go ahead, I'm sorry. So we're ready for the applicant?
Yes.
Yes, is the applicant here?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. How are you doing today?
I am good, thank you.
Great. My name is Kelly Conti, and my address is P.O. Box 34, Waimama, Florida, 33598. And I am the agent for Mrs. Diana Sanchez. We are requesting to change the zoning from an RSC 6 to an RSC 6 with a mobile home overlay. There are several properties in the same street, in the same neighborhood, that has been changed to RSC 6 with a mobile home overlay. And directly across the street, the property also has a mobile home overlay. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Development Services.
Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The request is rezone a approximately 0.27 acre parcel from residential single-family convention 6 to our residential single-family conventional 6 with a mobile home overlay. Staff does find this request compatible with existing and surrounding zoning and development pattern. There are similar zone parcels to the north of this property, immediately to the north, and also within a larger general area. Therefore, staff does find the rezoning to add the mobile home overlay to the RSC 6 zoning district to be compatible with the surrounding development pattern. I will note the parcel has a Res 6 plan category, which permits, so the zoning is also consistent with that plan category from a density standpoint. Again, staff does find this approvable. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. Subject property is within the residential 6 future land use category, is within the limits of the South Shore area-wide systems and the Waimama Village community plans. The site is located in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1 of the future land use element, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. The proposed request is consistent with this policy direction. Policy 1.4 requires all new development to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. The site currently has a zoning of residential or RSC 6. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site to allow for a mobile home overlay. The proposed change is compatible with the existing character of development in the area, which contains mobile homes surrounding the subject site. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies under Objective 16 and its accompanying policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.8, 16.10, and 16.11. The development pattern of the surrounding area shows several other mobile home and mobile home overlays along Bell Street and Railroad Street, and a rezoning to the residential single-family conventional with a mobile home overlay would be in keeping with the existing development pattern. The community design component provides guidance on residential developments. Goal 8 encourages the preservation of existing suburban uses as viable residential alternatives to urban and rural areas. Goal 12 and Objective 12-1 seek to facilitate patterns of development that are both compatible and related to the predominant character of their surroundings. And this rezoning would be consistent with policy direction. The site also meets the intent of the cultural and historical goals and strategies of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The plan seeks to promote sustainable growth and maintain housing opportunities for all income groups. And the proposed zoning would facilitate this goal, especially in an area where the development pattern is residential. The site also meets the intent of the affordable housing and neighborhood goals and strategies of the Wamama Village Community Plan. Plan seeks to encourage affordable housing that accommodates a diverse population and wide range of income levels. So based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Ms. Conte, anything further before we close?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, then we'll close rezoning 22-1449 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C4, rezoning standard 22-1452. The applicant is Sandra Gray. The request is to rezone from agricultural rural to agricultural single family 1. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Master. My name is Richard Coson. My address is 330 Paul's Drive, Suite 100, Brandon, Florida 33511. I'm here on behalf of Sandra Gray, who's the trustee of the James Rowland and Jacqueline Rowland Trust. The provisions of that trust were when the last of Mr. and Mrs. Rowland passed, that the subject property would be divided between the son and the daughter. Sandra Gray is the daughter of this of the trustees, and she's the current trustee. We were looking to do a family homestead subdivision, but it's 4.87 acres, so it does not comply with that with the family homestead provision. So we have to do a rezoning from AR to AS1. The property is to be serviced by private well and septic tank, which is appropriate in this where the property is located. The property is not located within any service areas. The property is to be rezoned from AR to AS1, as I noted, and is compatible with the future land use comprehensive plan designation of R1. The zoning complies with when we do the parcel certification, it will comply with the minimum standards for the zoning district AS1. The properties to the north and the east are all zoned AS1, and the properties to the west and the south are zoned AR. So this property is compatible with the neighborhood in which it's located, and the rezoning would be compatible. There are no identified wetlands on the subject property. There is no identified upland wildlife area on the subject property. Notice was made according to county code on October 14th. Proof of notice was provided October 21st. I received one phone call from a neighborhood pursuant to that notice. It was to clarify what was happening, was not an objection. I received no other objections from or clarifications from anyone else based upon the notice that was provided in this case. We believe that the property is approvable as requested and is consistent with the comprehensive plan and would request approval.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in.
I will. If you have any questions, I'm available.
None at this time, but thank you. I appreciate it. Development Services.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services, case 22-1452. The request is to rezone from the existing AR Agricultural Rural Zoning District to the proposed Agricultural Single Family Residential AS1 Zoning District. The proposed zoning for AS1 permits agricultural and related uses and single-family development on lots containing a minimum of 1 acre. Current lot size, plus or minus 5 acres. The site is adjacent to properties with similar zoning districts, and the site is located in the Res 1 future land use category, which permits agricultural and single-family residentials. Additionally, the parcel is located in the Lithia Southeast County Overlay District and subject to requirements of Part 3.25.00 of the Land Development Code. The site is located outside of the county urban service area, therefore subject property shall be serviced by private well, water and septic system for wastewater. Based on the above consideration, staff finds the proposed AS1 zoning district is compatible with the zoning district and development pattern in the zone in the area, and the request is approvable. I am available for any questions.
No questions, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. Subject property is within the residential 1 future land use category, is within the limits of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan. Property is developed with single-family residential uses. The site is within the rural service area, and the proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 4, Policy 4.1 of the future land use element by maintaining the low-density, large lot residential character of the rural area. According to Objective 9, all development must comply with all federal, state, and local land development regulations. Policy 9.1 states that each land use plan category shall have a set of zoning districts that may be permitted within that land use plan category. The subject site has a future land use classification of residential 1, and the intent of this category is to designate areas for low density, large lot residential uses that are compatible with short-term agricultural uses. The proposed AS1 zoning district requires a 1 acre minimum parcel size, which is consistent and meets the requirements of the residential 1 future land use category, Objective 9 and policies 9.1 and 9.2. Objective 16, policies 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 protect existing neighborhoods and development by ensuring compatibility with the surrounding area through various buffering requirements and mitigation techniques. Policy 16.8 specifically requires the density and lot sizes of the area to be compatible with new development. The existing uses in the area are primarily agricultural with low-density residential dwellings. Policy 16.10 states that any density increase shall be compatible with existing, proposed, or planned surrounding development. Compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The subject property is surrounded by the residential 1 future land use category to the north, south, and east. Agricultural Rule 1.5 exists to the west across Walter Hunter Road. Surrounding area is primarily residential and agricultural with a variety of lot sizes ranging from 1 acre to 10 acres. There are several 1 acre lots located north of the property, and the proposed rezoning would allow for lot size that is compatible. The property is in the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan and is consistent with the community desire to maintain housing opportunities for all income levels. And the request to provide additional single-family housing on large lots and maintain a rural character. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. And we go back to the applicant if you have anything. All right. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 22-1452 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D1, rezoning PD 22-0461. The applicant is Truett Gardner with Gardner Brewer and Hudson. The request is to rezone from AR, RSC 9 and plan development to a plan development. Michelle Heinrich with county staff will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Good evening.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. And we do have a PowerPoint, but just preliminarily wanted to introduce our team. We've got Chad Weaver sitting middle of the back with Camden Properties, and then Greg Roth with Bowler, and then presenting tonight are Addie Clark and Steve Henry. And we filed this application in January of 2022. And so we've been working closely with staff for the last 11 months. It is a complex and complicated one, but we've worked it all the way through. And given the complexity, happy to answer any questions you may have. That I can assure you the staff report would put you to sleep, and also anything that we've submitted as well. And we're proud of the final product, and we have sent notice out a total of 6 times, and all the responses we've gotten have been nothing but positive. And with that, I'll present this PowerPoint. Next slide. Oh, there we go. Okay. So it's separate. So a team, here we go. Conceptual designs, this is some of the work that Camden is a large national REIT, and some of the work that they've done and some of the conceptual designs for this project should it be approved. Next slide. Okay. No problem. So on the site itself, you can see 75 to the west, Big Bend to the south, and then Simmons Road is the western boundary of the property outlined in red. And then Lincoln is on the east side, a total of 3 parcels totaling 80.54 acres. And immediately south of our property is the, just point of reference, the St. Joe's South Hospital. Site, as you can see, is currently vacant. Next slide. So this is the PD for the southern portion of the property. This portion totals just under 40 acres. And HCA is the owner of this currently. HCA would stay in this deal. The next slide will kind of show how Camden will work alongside HCA. But the current PD approval, again, this is just the south side, approves a total of 660,000 square feet of medical uses, 360 for hospital, 240 for medical office, 60 for detached medical office. And then those are the standards below. The one I'd point out is the hospital is approved for a max height of 85 feet. Next slide. This is really showing kind of the benefits of this project, going from what's currently approved to what's proposed and the change reflected. So site currently 39 acres, proposed is 80. So we're adding just over 41 acres to the site. The current uses, as I just explained, are medical related hospital, medical office uses, and then proposed multifamily residential along with medical uses and limited retail. So really this creates a mixed use development for this overall property. From a density standpoint, as mentioned, currently approved 660,000 square feet. And what we're proposing is 285,000 square feet of commercial and medical uses and 900 multifamily uses. That's a decrease of 375,000 square feet, which represents 43%. Max height, currently 85 feet. That's being reduced to a max height of 65 feet, so a 20-foot reduction. And then proposed daily trips, which we'll get into later, is being reduced by 47%. Next slide. This is the proposed plan. So south of the hatch line that runs laterally, basically in the center, is where the current PD ends. So now you can see the totality of the site. It's broken into 2 separate phases. Phase 1 would be no more than 300 multifamily units, and then also 80,000 square feet of medical equipment recovery, in particular sterilization facility. That would be located in the southwest corner. I believe that's tract 3 is how that's designated. And then phase 2, which Steve Henry will get into, requires a bunch of transportation improvements and realignments to occur. Once those occur, then that's triggered, and an additional 600 multifamily units would be allowed, along with 150,000 square feet of medical equipment warehouse, 25,000 square feet for an ER facility, and 30,000 square feet of limited retail uses. That would be in the southeast corner is where that's limited to. So total development, 285,000 square feet and 900 dwelling units. When you look at that in totality of what could potentially be requested, 653,000 and 917 dwelling units. So we're asking for substantially less than the potential density for the overall property. Next slide. As I mentioned, staff report, all findings of consistency. We've worked closely with them and thank them for all of their efforts. Next slide. This is represents the northeast corner of the property. There is a wetland that you can see running laterally and beginning in the northwest corner and then running diagonally across the eastern corner. 3 wetlands have been designated there. Wetland 1, which is the large one you see on the middle right or lower right, is 1.85 acres. Wetland 2, which is on the far west, is just under half an acre, and wetland 3, which is on the eastern side, is 0.5 acres. And we've committed that those will remain undisturbed, and a 30-foot wetland setback will be maintained. There is the possibility of having a bridge going across, but that's to be designated later, and but wanted to mention that. Next slide. That's it for me. Addie will be next, and then Steve, and then happy to answer any questions either now or later.
Before you move on, let me just make sure I understand. So the lower half, the southern half of the property is already approved for a hospital.
Correct.
And so those are the impacts that are substantially more than what you're proposing here today.
Correct. So
Okay.
maybe to clarify, we did not count any potential impacts outside of the 40 acres that's currently
The
approved.
northern 40 is not in that
Not in
analysis.
that at all.
Okay. And then before you leave,
Mm-hmm.
your slide said no waivers or variations. The staff report notes there's a variation for buffering and screening internal to the project.
Correct. Which is actually in our PowerPoint. I'll explain it first and happy to go to it later. So 2 really, I think 1 is only mentioned in the staff report, but I'll go through both of them just to capture them both. So 1 is height related. Actually, if we could go back to the site plan, which I think is slide 4. There we go. So if you'll notice and you might have wondered what this was, on the eastern side, starting less than midway, running all the way north and then going to the west, designates an area. Everything that's to the east and to the north of that area is single family. And so what we're requesting there is a waiver of the 2-to-1 ratio for the height. So if height exceeds 20 feet, then for each foot you have to increase. So we've requested a waiver of that except for the yellow portions. And if that was to go to the full 65 feet, I believe it's 110-foot setback would be required.
So not in the area where it's shaded yellow.
Correct. And then secondly, the waiver, which I think is the one that's referenced in the site plan, deals with buffering. And we're requesting that that be waived internally, and just so the site can be more cohesive and work together.
Okay.
So those are the 2.
All right. That was my question for the moment. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, Addie Clark, 400 North Ashley Drive, Suite 1100 in Tampa. So as Truett previously mentioned, the site is currently approved for a total of 660,000 of square feet of medical and hospital uses. So this graph here compares the trips generated by the currently approved development in blue and the proposed development in orange in the AM and the PM peak hours. As demonstrated by this graph and the traffic study that was approved by county staff, compared to the development that is currently allowed on site today, the proposed development will generate 40% fewer trips. Next slide, please. This substantial reduction in trips is due to the proposed development's focus on providing areas of on-site interaction where people can experience a true live, work, and play environment. As you can see in this table, the intentional mix of land uses results in people not always having to leave the site or go on the external roadway network, causing a reduction of about 500 fewer peak hour trips compared to what can be built on site today right now. So by designing a site to have high density development with internal connections to employment centers, you reduce the need for people to travel long distances to meet their everyday needs. So now I'll pass it on over to our engineer, Steve Henry from Links & Associates, to discuss some of the improvements in connectivity that the project is proposing.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Next slide, please. Good evening. Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. And what I want to talk to you is about the roadway network that is serving the project and also what the improvements are that we're doing. See the next slide, please. So this graphic illustrates the project site, which is in red. And then also the yellow identifies the roadway system that we're proposing that will be built as a part of this project and also the adjacent projects. So the first one is the extension of Simmons Loop. So what we're proposing is to extend Simmons Loop from south of Big Bend north. Now this extension has always been planned. In fact, we worked on the traffic analysis and planning for St. Joe's to the south. And when you look at that roadway, it was actually designed and built to accommodate the additional through lane for that intersection. Now, one of the issues that we have when you go out there and look is you'll see that Old Big Bend Road is very close to Big Bend Road. And so what we've got to do is move Old Big Bend Road north so that there's enough separation between Big Bend Road intersection and the Old Big Bend Road's intersection. And so what you see is in yellow, if you start from the west, we're taking Old Big Bend Road and swinging it north so that we get enough separation between Big Bend Road and Old Big Bend Road. And then what we're going to do is then extend it east through the site over to the east and then connect it over to Lincoln Road. And it'll actually connect where it is, there's currently a Aldi shopping center that is built on the east side of Lincoln Road. We will connect at their driveway or align with their driveway on the east side. If you go to the next slide. So one of the things that we're working with is what we've done here in blue is show the projects to the east and to the west. So we don't control those properties, but we are working closely with them. They are both in the zoning process, and we're working with them to be able to build the portion of the project that we're building and then work with them to ultimately get those roadways over to Lincoln Road, and then on the west, get it to tie back into the existing Old Big Bend Road.
And they're rezoning right now?
The east side is in the zoning process. The west side, a little more complicated, has actually been in the zoning process for a number of years now. They actually went through ZHM and now have just been continuing it. But there was a lawsuit and other things going on with that piece of property, but there's a new developer that is looking at it, and hopefully we'll bring it back in with a modification to that zoning to accommodate what we're proposing here.
Okay.
So, but we're working with both of those. In addition to that, if you'll notice, there's also two north-south roadways that we're proposing to build, or they're actually access ways, I'll call them, that will also provide a grid system. So we'll end up having on the west side, the extension of Simmons Loop. Then as you move east, we'll have a north-south access road. And then further east, another north-south access road on our eastern boundary. And then further east of that is then Lincoln Road. So we'll end up with a grid system that we've got there. So if you go to the next graphic. So in conjunction with the project, we've got 4 design exceptions, administrative variances. I'm happy to walk you through them if you'd like. They're all in the staff report. They're all deemed approvable, but I'm happy to walk you through. But I know it's a long agenda tonight. I don't know if you want to walk through those.
I've read them.
Okay.
I've read them.
Okay. If you go to the next slide. So as indicated, what we're doing is we're phasing the project. As we talked earlier, we don't control the property to the east. We don't control it to the west. So we've got to be able to build at least that portion of the roadway network to conserve phase 1, which is the 80,000 square feet of medical plus the 300 multifamily. And so what we're going to build is the extension of Simmons Loop Road, but that will only be from Old Big Bend Road north to the realignment of Big Bend Road. So if you look at that graphic, I don't have a pointer, unfortunately, but you can see where Old Big Bend Road is going east, and then you see the black line where it's Simmons Road. So we'll tie into Old Big Bend Road there, bring it north, and then do the realignment of Old Big Bend Road through our project, and then bring it south again and tie back into Old Big Bend Road on our eastern boundary. The intent obviously is, so that's phase 1. And then if you go to the next slide. Let's go one more slide. So then ultimately, what we'll do is what we will build is the ultimate, which is working with the guys to the east, property owners to the west, to be able to make that full connection in the future. But right now, with phase one, we can only build what we have control over the property to build. And that's outlined in the staff report as to what's getting built in phase one, and then how phase two, we're able to move forward once we're able to connect to the east and to the west.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
The zoning condition 22 that talks about the timing of the
Yes.
construction of
Yes.
the improvements. And it says the required improvements must be completed with the initial phase / subphase and and those access restrictions and other requirements shall apply to the entire phase. So does that mean that all of what you've described in phase one, the relocation and so forth, will all be done during phase one
Correct,
of
yes.
the project?
Correct.
All right. And then phase two doesn't come into play until the other pieces to the east or west?
Yes, that's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right, I understand. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Please sign in.
Sure.
Mr. Gardner, does that complete your presentation?
That does. I would say one thing. We have worked closely with St. Joe's, and Camden has extended an invitation for them to be in their preferred employer program. They've had some issues there with nurses and other people that work for the hospital and their ability to get there. And so we wanted to work closely with them. This is providing workforce housing directly targeted to them. And so just wanted to state that.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll go to development services.
Hi, good evening. Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. Are you able to hear me?
I can.
Great. So just to go over some of the points to dovetail some of the applicant team's presentation, the applicants are requesting to rezone approximately 80 acres, which is currently zoned PD, AR, and RSC 9 to PD to allow for 900 multifamily units and 285,000 square feet for a medical warehouse use, a medical recovery / sterilization facility, a freestanding ER, and limited retail uses. This results in a density of 14.6 units per acre and an FAR of 0.43. One PD variation is requested, which is to remove the internal buffering and screening between and within the development tracks. I know the applicant mentioned in his presentation a waiver to the 2-to-1 setback. We don't categorize that as a PD variation, but that is one of the district standards that we can address in the PD, and it's addressed in the conditions. And in the same requirements that Mr. Gardner mentioned. The site is located.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
The site is located.
Sorry. So that is a zoning condition that to address the 2-to-1 setback? Okay.
Yeah, we have specified where it is not required and where it is required.
Okay,
and then as Mr. Truitt mentioned, the perimeter buffering and screening, no variation is requested to that, only internal to the site.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
The site is located in the Res 6, SMU 6, and UMU 20 future land use categories, with a flex of the UMU 20 category further into the site. The site is also located in the Riverview Community Plan area in the urban service area. The area contains institutional, residential, and non-residential uses, as well as recreational uses such as the Sperlino YMCA and the Vance Vogel Park and Sports Complex. An urban development style is proposed, with non-residential buildings proposed at a maximum height of 50 feet and multifamily buildings proposed at a maximum height of 65 feet. It should be noted that the existing PD, which covers tracks 2, 3, 4, and part of 1, is approved for hospital use with heights of 60 to 85 feet. Tracks 2, 3, and 4 are located along Big Bend Road, and the proposed height is 50 feet, which is comparable to the standard CG and CI zoning districts. Staff's review of the area found multiple non-residential projects with building heights at or greater than 50 feet, and those are identified in the staff report. The multifamily portion of the PD will occur in tracks 1 and 4. The majority of this area is within the UMU 20 and the UMU 20 flex area. To mitigate for the height relative to immediately adjacent single-family uses, the 2-to-1 setback will be provided, in addition to the boundary setbacks of 20 feet. Code-required buffering and screening will be provided. Similar multifamily project heights were found within the area and again is located in our staff report for more specifics. The project proposes 2 unique uses which are defined in the PED conditions. Firstly is the medical equipment warehouse, which is defined as a use that provides storage only for medical equipment such as IVs, beds, and the like for surrounding medical uses. The warehouses will not be open to the public, will not offer retail sales or showrooms, and no open storage is permitted. Secondly, the medical equipment recovery/sterilization facility is defined as a building used to receive and sterilize medical equipment such as surgical instruments. No biomedical waste treatment will be conducted, and no biohazardous waste incinerator will be used. The retail component is limited to the specific uses found within the CN zoning district and are outlined in the conditions of approval. Also, as just discussed by the applicant's team, you'll see that a phasing plan is proposed that ties the amount of development to occur with each phase of site access developments. The received finding of consistency from the planning commissions and no objections from reviewing agencies, along with our review, found this to be approvable, subject to proposed conditions. And I will let you know that James Ratliff, who reviewed this for transportation, is available and would like to make some comments in regards to the transportation-related items. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mr. Ratliff. Mr. Ratliff, are you there?
Mr. Ratliff, it looks like you're muted.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Are you able to hear me now?
I can, thank you.
Okay, great. And are you able to see my screen?
Yes, if it says project overview, I see it.
Yes. So for the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section. I did want to go through the project briefly because it is very complicated, a lot of different pieces. This project is building a portion of the road that is an important, going to be an important facility that provides parallel relief for a north-south road between I-75 and 301. And that road in the future is going to connect Gibsonton Drive, and it will provide, and there's already segments of this road system that are existing, but this is a part of ultimately providing a parallel north-south relief facility between those 2 roadways, all the way from Gibsonton on the north, all the way down to Paseo Almar on the south. And the area that we're really focusing in is right here today. So in the past, this intersection had to be closed for safety reasons. This was previously open, but due to the proximity of this intersection or of the old Big Bend Road to Big Bend Road, it created safety issues, and so we did have to close that. This project is going to be providing some improvements that are going to be necessary in order to reopen that in the future. And as Steve mentioned, it's all about finely tuning that in order to get that intersection or that reverse frontage road pushed back far enough so that that can be accommodated safely in the future and reopened safely. It has created some issues at some adjacent alternate intersections, and so again, we really do want to get this fixed in order to be able to reopen that intersection and help relieve traffic at those adjacent side intersections. It is going to be a collaboration, though, between multiple property owners. Of course, the subject application 220461 that you can see here in red. Also, as Mr. Henry mentioned, 180996, which is a pending PD to the west. And then also there's a pending PD to the east, which is also ultimately required in order for phase 2 of this project's entitlements to be realized. Essentially what we're trying to do is, again, realign the old Big Bend frontage road here so that we can construct essentially a reconstruct the parallel road far enough to the north, and again, connect that all the way over through the project to the east over to Lincoln Road, and get these intersections again pulled back far enough away that we can, safely accommodate project traffic and area regional traffic as well. As far as the phase one connections, this project, like we mentioned, is going to be constructing that facility that you see here in red. There's only going to be a single connection to Big Bend Road in the interim as a part of phase one, and that's what you see here in yellow. That's labeled on the plan as driveway A. The phase one will also include removal of this existing segment of Old Big Bend Road that you see right here with the red arrow over it. And so project traffic on the existing Old Big Bend Road will be routed up and around. What we're also going to be doing is removing that additional segment to the east of driveway A here and rerouting traffic again through to that existing in phase one connection to Lincoln, which is in that suboptimal location that I mentioned. Phase two connection is going to remove that existing remaining portion of Old Big Bend Road and also on the east to Lincoln, but also here on the west side as well, west of Simmons. And this is just a conceptual draft alignment, but again, in order for phase two of this project to be realized, it's going to be requiring relocating that Old Big Bend Road, something like you might see here, to the north, constructing the driveway B on the site plan, which would be the second connection to Big Bend Road, and then continuing that connection on the north side of that adjacent PD over to Lincoln. And all of that together is necessary in order to reopen that intersection here and the northern leg of that existing intersection and realize the phase two entitlements for that project. And so hopefully this provided a little bit, maybe better overview of exactly what improvements are going to be required in which phase. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
No, I appreciate it. That's a very nice use of the graphics to explain that whole process, so I appreciate it.
Sure.
All right. Does that conclude your comments?
It does.
All right. Thank you so much. We will go to the Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappendrew, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is within the residential 6, suburban mixed use 6, and urban mixed use 20 future land use categories, and the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The site is located within the urban service area, and per policy 1.2 of the future land use element, sites located in the urban service area are to be developed at a minimum of 75% of the allowable density per the land use classification. The request is meeting the intent of this policy by providing a mixed-use development with 900 dwelling units and 285,000 square feet of non-residential uses. The applicant is requesting a flex of the urban mixed-use 20 future land use category located within the site to the northern 500 feet of the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category per policy 7.3. So taking out the flex area of 15 acres leaves 25.39 acres for suburban mixed-use 6. And the residential 6 future land use category consists of 0.83 acres. Per Flu Policy 8.8, for projects whose boundaries encompass more than one land use category, density and intensity calculations will allow for the blending of those categories across the entire project. When blending the intensity and density of multiple future land use categories, the combined total number of dwelling units and floor area ratio possible under all the land use categories within the project will be used as a ceiling for review purposes. So the staff report does include a table provided by the applicant on how the requested development is consistent with the density and intensity that can be considered under all the future land use categories. The residential 6.83 acres allows up to 4 dwelling units. The SMU 6 portion of the property that does not contain open water is 21.23 acres, which would yield 127 dwelling units. The urban mixed-use 20 flex area would yield 308 dwelling units. The portion of the urban mixed-use 20 area allocated in multifamily residential is 23.9 acres, yielding 478 dwelling units. Based upon all these calculations, up to 917 dwelling units could be considered for the property. With 900 dwelling units proposed by the applicant, the density is consistent with the density expected in all of the 3 future land use categories. The remaining acreage of UMU 20 is utilized to calculate the allowable intensity of the proposed non-residential use, with 14.99 acres remaining at a 1.0 floor area ratio, up to 652,964 square feet of non-residential uses can be considered for the site. With 285,000 square feet proposed, the proposed intensity is consistent with the intensity expected in the urban mixed-use 20 future land use category. The site does meet the criteria for a flex per policy 7.4. The site is located within the urban service area with public facilities nearby to service the development, and is also compatible with existing development in the surrounding area. The site contains a wide range of uses within the surrounding area, including light commercial, multifamily, single-family, residential, and a large hospital complex. The proposed multifamily residential units would provide for a housing option in a mixed-use development consistent with Goal 1 and Objective 1-2 of the Community Design Component, which calls for compact, walkable communities within the urban service area that are supported by employment, goods, and services. And the project is also consistent with several goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element and the Riverview Community Plan. The proposed plan development is consistent with the neighborhood protection policies under Objective 16, specifically 16.1, which focuses on the protection of neighborhoods through locational criteria for non-residential uses. Due to the expected intensity of the urban mixed-use 20 future land use category, locational criteria is not required for the non-residential uses. In addition, per policy 22.10, locational criteria does not apply to large mixed-use developments within mixed-use future land use categories. Policy 16.2 calls for gradual transition of intensities between land uses. The proposed plan development is consistent with this policy direction, as the non-residential land uses are proposed on the southern portion of the site, closest to Big Bend Road. The arrangement of uses is also consistent with policy 16.5, which seeks to focus more intensive development along arterial and collector roadways and to areas outside of existing developing neighborhoods. Objective 19 outlines the intent of all mixed-use future land use categories in the comprehensive plan. Policy 19.1 specifically states that requirements for 2 land uses will apply to properties 10 acres or greater in the RMU 35, UMU 20, and CMU 12 land use categories, and the properties 20 acres or greater in the SMU 6 and NMU 4 land use categories. The request is consistent with this policy direction by providing a mix of uses. Per policy 19.2, mixed-use projects must demonstrate street connectivity and internal connections between uses, and the project will connect to the sidewalk along Big Bend Road, and per the conditions of approval, will be providing internal connections. Objective 34 states that plan categories in the Interstate 75 corridor should permit urban level intensities that will encourage a mixed use pattern of development. The proposed project will provide for multifamily residential development, medical uses, and retail, and meets the intent of the I-75 corridor vision. The provision of housing within the proposed development is consistent with policy 36.1, which encourages the inclusion of housing within mixed-use projects. And per flu policy 36.5, employment opportunities such as office and industrial should be provided within mixed-use categories. And the proposed is consistent with this policy direction as well by providing 255,000 square feet of medical uses. The site is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan, specifically the residential district and the mixed-use district. The proposed development will support the vision of the community plan by developing residential uses in the northern portion of the site adjacent to existing residential development. The proposed will also create a mixed-use development consistent with the vision for the mixed-use district. Providing internal and external pedestrian and vehicular connections is also consistent with the Riverview Community Plan, which calls for providing a safe and efficient multimodal system. The community plan also envisions connecting pedestrians with public places such as parks And as this project is adjacent to the Vance V. Vogel Park, it'll provide a pedestrian access from the subject site to the sidewalks along Big Bend Road, which connects the park to the west. The proposed 285,000 square feet of non-residential development is in line with the community plan's vision to encourage the support of local business by attracting a variety of new uses and services. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Gardner, you have the last word.
Nothing further, although I did want to point out, you were asking about the conditions for the height, just so you can find those. It's 5.3 pertains to the northern boundary, and then 5.4 pertains to the eastern boundary. Both of those are within, you'll see in there, those relate to tract 1.
Yes.
So all of that area you saw with the yellow highlight on the sides are in tract 1.
Yeah, thank you for that. I did find that. Yeah.
And that's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we've thrown a lot of information at you, so.
No, it's you've done a good job of explaining. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 22-0461 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D2, major mod application 22-0860. The applicant Sunfield Homes. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Sam Baldwin, County staff, will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. This is a project on about 4.6 acres in South County at Simmons Loop and 301. It's actually just south of the project we just looked at. The original request here was to allow for all CN uses in this rapidly growing area down in Riverview. However, we ran into a bit of a buzzsaw when the board changed their policy to say that you can't just have CN. They want to know what uses specifically you're contemplating. So what we wound up with is a highly detailed set of conditions, which are the product of probably half a dozen meetings with the Planning Commission and Development Services. These are reflected here.
Could I ask HTV staff? Oh, there you go. So I could see it. Perfect. Thank you. All right, I see it.
Okay. So again, what we've done here, and I'm not going to say these were all proffered by us. There was obviously some collaboration with staff, but this is the list of uses that we came up with as acceptable and compatible with the subdivision behind the project. You'll note that on several of the uses, we've limited the square feet. And on the drive-through uses and some of the bigger box uses, we've also limited the operating hours. To go along with that, I'd like to focus also for the uses that are going to be CN potentially. We specify that they will not be taller than 1 story, that they shall have pitched roofs and will be architecturally finished, that we're going to place a stormwater pond as a buffer between the commercial and the subdivision behind it. And then we agreed to some terms on pedestrian cross access between the subdivision and the commercial. I'm sorry, were you waiting for some?
No.
Oh, okay, very good.
Keep going. Sorry. No, I'm just looking, what I was doing was they gave me a revised staff report.
Correct. So
Right. And so I was comparing to see if that was reflected in this.
it's largely consistent with the previous one. We cleaned up a few things today.
Okay.
Actually, to that point, I think Steve Henry can speak to condition number 9, which is probably the crux of this case and was also the reason we had a few revisions today.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. But you're saying that the conditions in terms of the limitations on the uses that you're showing are in this staff report?
Correct. Those are good.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. If you could please sign in. Good evening.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa, 33607. And yes, if you look at condition 9, which is a relatively new way of dealing with the traffic and the board's concern on the uses and what we're doing. So what we've done there is agreed for this particular parcel, what the traffic analysis was based on, those trips that are associated with that it is identified in this condition, the daily AM and PM peak hour trips. What we have to do is, as the development of that parcel comes in, we've got to do a trip generation analysis to evaluate either what's been built or what is going to be built, to be able to demonstrate that the traffic associated with those uses do not exceed what was in the analysis that was done as a part of this rezoning.
So this is in condition 9, this is the maximum.
Correct.
And then as things come in, you provide how many trips, and they're just going to verify that you don't exceed this number.
Correct, absolutely, correct.
Okay, I understand.
So that way it gives us some flexibility on the types of uses, although obviously there's a list of what we can do already restrictive, but this then also provides from a traffic standpoint a further restriction.
I see. All right, I understand. Thank you so much. Please sign in. Sure.
And then Ms. Finch, William Malloy again. I neglected to point out in my initial presentation here that we also agreed, and I think these are on the site plan, to some very specific conditions as to the location of buildings on the parcel. Any of the CN uses have to be on the northern 250 feet. And then we also agreed to a 200-foot building setback from the west, to the west, pardon me. So that'll put the buildings more street front and away from the residential.
Okay. Just had a question. I just want to page 2, the conditions real quick, and get that split of square footage. So you've got the 106 single family and the 70,000 of BPO uses and a parking area for the church. And then the addition, what you're in the modification for, is that 42,000 of BPO. And then that list of CN uses pertains to the perhaps 21,000 square feet that would be CN.
Correct.
That's how it lays out.
Correct.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, development services.
Good evening, Sam Ball, Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting a major modification to Plan Development PD 04-1476 to increase the allowable uses for a specific parcel within the PD. The subject parcel covers 4.62 acres and is located at the northwest corner of Alder Green and US Highway 301, which is approximately 0.8 miles south of US 301 and Big Bend Road intersection. The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of a mix of uses that include warehousing, a religious institution, single-family residential. Across US 301 to the east is a PD with 380 single-family dwellings. 106 properties west of the subject property are developed for single-family dwellings and are located within the same planned development. The property to the south is currently vacant, but was approved for 10,127 square feet childcare facility and a 15,271 square foot office building. The property is also located within the same PD as the subject property. A charter school and multifamily development are also located within a quarter mile of the subject property, and the adjoining property to the north is currently used as a warehouse and is also the subject of a rezoning application, major modification 22-0867. The subject property currently allows for BPO uses under the BPO development standards. If major modification 22-0860 is approved, the modification restricts the site to 42,000 square feet of gross floor area, and the BPO uses would continue to be permittable under the BPO standards. This modification would allow for up to 21,000 square feet of the 42,000 square feet to have the specified neighborhood commercial uses. Let me scroll down. The allowable neighborhood, the allowable commercial neighborhood uses would be subject to the following standards. Sorry, my screen keeps jumping on me. Only one one drive-through operation business shall be allowed on the site. Minimum setbacks are 100 feet from the western boundary. The north and east setbacks would be 0. The south setback would be 40 feet. However, the specified CN uses are restricted to the northern 250 feet of the parcel, as the applicant described. The buildings must be architecturally finished on all sides. A type B buffer will be required along the western property boundary. Buildings that have the specified CN uses shall not exceed 1 story in height and shall have pitched roofs. Also, the stormwater pond must be located along the western boundary of the property. And a pedestrian sidewalk shall be located along the eastern edge of the stormwater pond, which would connect to Alder Green Drive. Based on the adjacent zonings, architectural requirements, and the proposed restrictions to be placed on the certain uses, staff finds the proposed major modification to PD 04-1476 compatible with the existing zoning districts and development pattern in the area. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Mr. Ball, just real quick, I just want to confirm the revised staff report that I received tonight. That includes all of the changes Mr. Malloy cited on his list he presented in terms of the uses. I just want to confirm that with you.
Yes. Right. The changes didn't have anything to do with the uses. It was just clarifying the trips, and there was some formatting errors. But the rest of it was just tied to that transportation.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you so much. All right, we'll go to the Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. Subject property is within the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and is within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The suburban mixed-use 6 category is found to the south, north, and west of the property. East of the site is the public, quasi-public, and residential 4 future land use categories. Subject property is zoned planned development. The properties immediately to the south, west, and east are zoned planned development and are developed with vacant single-family residential and public institutional properties. To the north is a planned development zoning developed with light industrial, and there is a pending major modification application for additional commercial general uses. Per Objective 8, future land use categories outline the maximum level of intensity or density and range of permitted land uses allowed in each category. Project proposes 2 development options, which could be maximum 42,000 square feet of business professional office uses, or a maximum of 21,000 square feet of commercial neighborhood uses, with the remaining being only business professional office. The proposed development does not exceed the maximum FAR permitted under the suburban mixed-use 6 category. Per policy 22.10, large mixed-use developments within the mixed-use future land use categories do not need to meet commercial locational criteria. Subject property is within the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category and is part of a larger mixed-use development. The commercial parcel the applicant is requesting to modify is connected to the planned development zoning 041476, and the property is exempt from commercial locational criteria. The proposed rezoning meets the intents of policy 1.4 with respect to compatibility with surrounding area. Compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. According to adopted policy direction, established neighborhoods should be protected by restricting the incompatible land uses through locational criteria for the placement of non-residential uses and limiting commercial development and residential land use categories to neighborhood scale. Objective 12-1 of the community design component requires new development to complement the surrounding land uses and be designed in a way that is compatible. Future land use element policy 17.7 also requires the mitigation of adverse effects of development on surrounding properties. There are existing single-family properties immediately to the west, which poses a compatibility concern. To address compatibility concerns, the applicant has proposed a variety of mitigation measures. The applicant will have a building setback of 100 feet along the western border, a 20-foot landscape buffer with type B screening, and a buffer area for stormwater, parking, or open space along the entire western border. Per the conditions of approval, CN uses are restricted to the 250 feet of the northern portion of the property, with the southern portion of the property for business professional office. The CN uses are also limited in scale and intensity as specified in the conditions of approval. Hardware stores, drug stores, specialty food stores, food product stores, sporting goods, grocery, and supermarkets are limited to 10,000 square foot maximum. Drug stores, restaurants, or eating establishments with drive-throughs will be restricted to 3,000 square feet maximum and will have hours of operation. Additionally, only one drive-through is allowed on site. The applicant has also agreed to a pedestrian sidewalk connection from the eastern edge of the property to the western residential connecting to Alder Green Drive. All of these restrictions are documented in the conditions of approval and are essential to Planning Commission staff's consistency finding. Based on all these measures, the proposal is consistent with Objective 12-1, Objective 16, and Policy 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 17.7. Per Policy 9.2, development must meet or exceed the requirements of all land development regulations. As established and adopted by Hillsborough County, at the time of uploading this report, transportation comments were not yet available in optics and were not taken into consideration for analysis of this request. The subject site is located within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore Area-wide Systems community plans. The site is in the U.S. Highway 301 Corridor District, which is a mixed-use area with high densities, a variety of businesses, and provides a safe, attractive, and efficient corridor system. The proposed commercial uses will provide a mix of uses and a variety of businesses along the U.S. Highway 301 corridor. There is an existing sidewalk in Simmons Loop, and the proposal will provide a pedestrian connection to the west, meeting the intent of Goal 4 of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-wide Systems Plan transportation objective.
Ms. Papandreou, that was 5 minutes. If you could wrap it up, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. South Shore Area-wide System has no specific language, but the proposed does meet the economic development section on recognizing preferred development patterns. So based upon the above consideration, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No. All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Malloy.
Yes, ma'am. Billy Malloy again. I misspoke right in front of my boss and I've been scolded. Our western setback is actually 100 feet, not 2. I need to
Okay.
clarify that.
All right. Well, good to have him there. All right. And so that is the rebuttal period. Did you have anything else you wanted to add before we close?
I don't believe I have anything to rebut.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll close rezoning 22-0860 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D3, rezoning PD 22-0943. The applicant's Beauchamp Properties LLC. The request is to rezone from AI to a planned development. Tanya Chapella with county staff will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Isabel Albert with Happ Associates, 1000 North Ashley Drive. I have a presentation for you.
Okay.
So again, Isabel Albert with Haff, and I have with me Michael Yates with Tom Traffics. Next, please. So here's the site. The site is a 14.93 acre site located on Beauchamp Road. Just to give you an idea, it's Branchford's Robes and I-4 corridor. And currently surrounded uses is the highway to the north. We have some residential to the east. To the south is a mixture of residential and some commercials, as you can see there. And then to the west, we have some agricultural uses. It has a future land use of light industrial. Next, please. So this is what we're proposing. We're proposing two structures for a warehouse. Total will be 220,000 square feet, which is less than the maximum FAR that's permitted under the light industrial future land use of 0.5. And you can see the height and the setbacks, which are similar to what you'll find in the land development code for the agricultural industrial zoning district in which it is currently. Next, please. So we do have an administrative variance requested for the number of driveways and a design exception. And Mr. Yates is here if you have any questions that he can go more into detail in those. But what's important is the county engineer did review this and found it approvable. Next, please. So Planning Commission staff and Development Services staff found the request consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with the surrounding area, and there was no objections from any of the agencies that reviewed this. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Oh, I just wanted to confirm the square footage is 220,000 square feet, correct? And the staff report looks like much more is possible under the plan category.
Under the comp plan category, yeah. So right now our FAR is 0.35, and we're allowed to have up to 0.5.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes.
All right, Development Services.
Good afternoon. This is Tanya Chipella, Development Services. The existing zoning is agricultural industrial, which permits agricultural and limited industrial uses. The proposed zoning is for planned development to allow 220,000 square feet of warehouse and ancillary uses. No waivers or variations to the land development code are being requested in terms of zoning. We do have the administrative variance request, but in terms of buffering and screening and height, the applicant is not requesting any of those items. The property is surrounded by a mix of agricultural uses and residential and commercial development. The adjacent zoning districts are as follows: ASC1 to the north, AI and AS1 to the south, AS1 to the east, and CI to the west. The proposed use is permitted in the commercial intensive and manufacturing zoning district and is not comparable to the current agricultural industrial allowed uses. However, the proposed warehouse is allowable in the light industrial plan comprehensive plan category. Also, the proposed 0.35 FAR is significantly under 0.5 maximum FAR allowable in the comprehensive plan category. Furthermore, adjacent to the west is a property zone commercial intensive. The staff finds the proposed modification to be compatible with the surrounding properties and in keeping the general development pattern of the area. Given this, staff finds the request is approvable. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappendrew, Planning Commission staff. Subject property is within the light industrial plan future land use category. Site is in the rural area and not within the limits of a community plan. The proposed rezoning is not subject to commercial locational criteria because it is not a freestanding neighborhood serving commercial use. Rather, it's a traditional industrial warehouse in the light industrial plan future land use category. According to Appendix A of the future land use element, the intent of the light industrial plan future land use category is to designate areas of concentrated industrial development that involve processing of non-hazardous and non-toxic materials and create a minimal degree of impact to the surrounding neighborhood. Light industrial plan is located directly adjacent to the site to the west. To the east and south is neighborhood mixed use 4, and north of the site across Interstate 4 is residential 1. The proposed use meets the intent of Objective 4 of the future land use element and will not be changing the existing character of the area, which is currently large lot, low density, rural, residential dwellings with agricultural uses and limited industrial uses. The proposed zoning meets the intent of Objective 8, policies 8.1 and 8.2 that will require proposed land uses to meet the intent of the future land use map designations and the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. The FAR of the site is 0.34, and it is well within the FAR maximum limits for the future land use category. Objective 9 and policy 9.2 require all development to be consistent with the plan and meet all land development regulations in Hillsborough County. The applicant has also provided full pedestrian connectivity via sidewalk on Beauchamp Road and will continue the sidewalk internally within the development. The applicant is requesting an administrative variance regarding the number of access points in the site, as they contend that 2 access points are necessary for the truck circulation. And the applicant is also requesting a design exemption to the typical TS7 standards of the Transportation Technical Manual and provide a 12-foot travel lanes and 5-foot paved shoulder on both sides of Beauchamp Road. Comments by transportation staff indicate that the request meets all applicable requirements. The site meets the intent of Objective 16 and Policy 16.2 and 16.3 regarding the protection of adjacent land uses through various mitigation measures and the transition of uses. The site is currently vacant land that is zoned agricultural industrial and directly adjacent to commercial intensive zoned agricultural uses at the intersection of Beauchamp Road and Branch Forbes Road. There are 2 proposed warehouse buildings with a stormwater retention pond on the western portion of the site and 2 access points from Beauchamp Road. To the east of the site are existing warehouse uses. South of the site is vacant agricultural lands with single-family residential. The proposed use does not encroach on the low-density future land use residential 1 on the north side and is separated by Interstate 4. And the proposed development is also connected with adjacent land uses to the east through a connected sidewalk path. The proposed industrial warehouse is compatible with the development pattern in the area and meets the intent of Policy 16.10. Also meets the intent of Objective 26 and Policy 26.5 that seek to restrict non-industrial uses in industrial employment areas by securing longer-term economic development. Warehousing is a permitted use in the light industrial plan category, and the applicant will not have commercial or retail uses on site. The community design component also contains policy direction about designing developments that relate to the predominant character of the surroundings. Because the surrounding land use pattern includes a variety of uses that are light and heavy industrial in character, the proposed rezoning meets the character of the area. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions of the Development Services Department of Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition? All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. We'll go back to the applicant. Nothing? All right. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 22-0943 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D4, rezoning PD 22-0949. The applicant is Grace Contracting and Development LLC. The request is to rezone from ASC 1 to Planned Development. Tim Lampkin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. Colin Rice here for the applicants, law firm of Shoemaker, Loop and Kendrick, here with my colleague Elizabeth Keller, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 2800, Tampa, Florida 33609. I've got some visuals for you. Here's the overhead. So here tonight for PD rezoning 220949 at 1003 Myrtle Road. The request is to rezone from ASC1 agricultural single-family residential to planned development for the construction of 14 single-family residential dwelling units. To orient you, we are in Valrico, north of Boyette Road, south of Bloomingdale, and just east of Bell Shoals Road. Zoom in a little. Zoom in, can't zoom in. All right. So zooming in, we're in the residential 4 future land use designation, which permits up to 4 dwelling units per acre. The site is 7.6 acres. That would result in a maximum of 30 dwelling units in this future land use designation. So our request for 14 units is significantly lower than the maximum. We're also within the urban service area in the Garden Estates District Brandon Community Plan. So showing you here our site plan. We've got a cul-de-sac configuration with the 14 unit layout. Each lot will be between 11,000 and 14,000 square feet, and that's in the conditions included with the staff report. The reason these lots aren't bigger is due in part to efforts to preserve the natural resources on site. So the southeast portion is a significant wildlife habitat and a wetland. All of these will be completely preserved. There will be no impacts to either. So as a result, the lots are just a little bit smaller than maybe they would have been originally, but it was important to preserve these environmental features. Do want to point out future land use policy 1.2 addresses minimum density within the urban service area. Without more, they want to encourage density up to 75% of the allowable maximum, which in this case would be 22 units. But we're seeking 14. That's more appropriate. Planning Commission staff agrees that 14 is appropriate in consideration of the environmental features and the surrounding compatible area. There will also be a small portion of the sidewalk here that will just barely encroach into the wetland setback area, but we'll use pervious paving, and that's an allowable exception. I want to point out a couple of features weren't required by the code, but were important for the applicants. We'll be implementing a 5-foot wide landscape easement with type A screening along the east, west, and south property lines. We'll also be implementing an 8-foot landscaped area along Myrtle Road, landscaping equivalent to the urban scenic roadway standard. We'll also be constructing a sidewalk along Myrtle Road to Bell Shoals. And again, protecting the whole of the significant wildlife habitat and the wetlands. We held a voluntary neighborhood meeting on September 14th. Unfortunately, nobody was in attendance. That invitation went out with the notice mailing for this case this evening. Do want to highlight the agency review here. We're grateful for Mr. Lampkin and staff across the board for their review and time and support. No objections from any agency review. We're in agreement with all proposed conditions on the site plan. Again, Development Services finds the request approval. Planning Commission staff finds the proposal consistent with the comprehensive plan. So we've demonstrated that this rezoning is approvable. I want to touch on transportation briefly. There is an administrative variance request because Myrtle is a substandard road. That request has been found approvable if the rezoning is approved. That's all part of the staff report and transportation comments. Very, very minimal increase in traffic here. We're entitled for 7 units as is. So we're looking for 7 additional units, about 2 per acre, will result in 5 a.m. peak hour trip increases and 7 p.m. hour trip increases. So very, very minimal. There's an ongoing expansion of Bell Shoals as well. Project number 6911-2000. This is detailed in the staff report as well. So to the extent that there are concerns about traffic, there's a lot going on in Valrico in the area outside of our control. This will result in a very minimal increase. Just to reiterate, a whole host of comprehensive plan categories were considered, found consistent. I won't belabor all of them just for your reference here. And then just some concluding points, and then I'll let staff get to it. We feel we've met our burden consistent with land development code and the comprehensive plan. No objections. And we're at the end of the day, this is proposed to be about 2 dwelling units per acre. Comprehensive plan encourages higher density within the urban service area, the sidewalk, the natural resources, all good things for the community. We appreciate your time this evening. I'll close with that. And if appropriate, reserve for rebuttal. Happy to answer any questions.
No questions at this time. Thank you. If you could please sign in. Development Services.
And we've got copies for the record of the slides.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it'd be appropriate to file them at this time.
Good evening, Tim Lampkin, Development Services for case 22-0949. The applicant is seeking to develop an approximately 7.6 acre unified development consisting of 1 folio. The request is for rezoning from agricultural single-family conventional 1 to planned development to allow for the development of 14 single-family residential dwelling units. The site is located on the south side of Myrtle Road, approximately 200 feet east of Bell Shoals Road and approximately 3,800 feet north of Fishhawk Boulevard within the urban service area and within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. The immediate area surrounding the property is predominantly developed with residential and is also vacant. The surrounding area contains mostly single-family homes, agricultural uses, and public institutional uses. To the north, northeast, east, and west is single-family development. To the south, southeast, and southwest is vacant land zoned for residential, ASC1, and agricultural, AR. To the southwest, across Bell Shoals, and it's an assisted living facility / a community residential home with a maximum of 260 placed residents or beds. As the applicant stated, while not required, the applicant is proposing a 5-foot landscape easement with type A screening to further ensure compatibility with the existing development surrounding the proposed development along adjacent east, west, and south property boundaries. The applicant requests no variations for site design. The applicant does not request any variations to Land Development Code Part 6.06.00 regarding landscaping and buffering. Staff notes that Myrtle Road is not a designated scenic roadway. However, the applicant is also proposing an 8-foot landscape area between the subdivision and the Myrtle Road right-of-way. This 8-foot landscaped area along Myrtle Road will have landscaping equivalent to Land Development Code Section 6.06.03I.2.c, which is for urban scenic roadways. The future land use is Res 4, Residential 4, allowing up to 4 dwelling units an acre. And I just noticed a typo on page 3 of 17 of the staff report, and it looks like it's a carryover, says R20. I will change that. It is Res 4, Residential 4. There are wetlands present on the subject site. The Environmental Protection Commission's EPC Wetlands Division has reviewed the proposed rezoning and determined a resubmittal is not necessary for the site plan's current configuration. However, a wetland survey must be submitted for review and formal approval by EPC staff prior to site and development. The applicant needs to submit the surveys to EPC for the approval and to complete the delineation process of the exact extent of wetlands. The property is also located in a significant wildlife habitat area, and that the applicant pointed out in the southeastern portion of the property. Myrtle Road is also a substandard local roadway. The applicant's engineer of record submitted an administrative variance. This administrative variance was found approvable, and a full review is in the Transportation Agency review comment sheet. The site will comply with and conform to all applicable policies and regulations, including but not limited to the Hillsborough County Land Development Code. The Planning Commission has found that the proposed rezoning would be consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan based upon the above considerations, and staff finds the request approvable. And that concludes presentation, unless there are any questions.
No questions, but thank you. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappendrew, Planning Commission staff. Subject property is within the Residential 4 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. The site has the land use designation Residential 4, which is intended to designate areas that are suitable for low-density residential development. In addition, typical uses also include suburban-scale neighborhood commercial, office, multipurpose, and mixed-use projects. The Residential 4 category has a maximum density of 4 dwelling units an acre and a 0.25 floor area ratio. The property is surrounded by the Residential 4 future land use category with natural preservation and Residential Plan 2 located to the southeast of the site. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 1, Policy 1.4 of the future land use element by providing growth within the urban service area. The maximum number of units that can be served on the property is 30 units. Per Policy 1.2, minimum density required is 22 dwelling units. With 14 dwelling units, the proposed development will not meet minimum density requirements. However, the project does meet 2 exemptions to minimum density as outlined in Policy 1.3. Those include the development proposed 75% of the maximum density allowed by the future land use category. The development would not be compatible with and would adversely impact the surrounding development pattern. In addition, the site contains a significant wildlife habitat on the southeastern portion of the property, which meets the exemption to minimum density regarding adverse impacts to environmental features. The site is consistent with policies 1.2 and 1.3. It is also compatible with policy 1.4, as the predominant character of the area is single-family residential dwellings at comparable densities. As stated by Development Services, the Environmental Protection Commission has reviewed the proposed site plan and indicates that a resubmittal is not necessary for the plan's current configuration. Based on this, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with Objective 13 and associated policies in the future land use element, and Objective 3.5 and policies in the environmental and sustainability section of the comprehensive plan. The property contains significant wildlife habitat in the southeastern corner of the property. Policy 13.6 indicates that this habitat shall be protected. And the Natural Resources Department has issued a revised agency letter dated October 5th, 2022, indicating no objections, subject to conditions proposed by Natural Resources staff. The surrounding area contains mostly single-family homes, agricultural uses, and public institutional uses. Subject property currently contains agricultural uses, and to the north, northeast, east, and west are single-family residential developments. To the northwest, south, southeast, and southwest is vacant land and a church. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 16 and Policies 16.2, 16.3, 16.8, and 16.10 that require new development, infill, and redevelopment to be compatible with the surrounding area in character, lot size, and density. The proposal is consistent with the general character of the area, which is low-density, single-family residential dwellings. It is also consistent with policy direction on Goal 12 and Objective 12-1 of the Community Design Component, which requires new developments to recognize existing community and be designed to relate to and compatible with the predominant character of the surrounding area. The property is located within the Garden Estates District of the Brandon Community Plan. The predominant residential style is dwellings on half-acre lots or more, and the surrounding residential development pattern indicates a lot size of 10,000 square feet or larger. The proposed site plan indicates an average lot size between 11,000 to 14,000 square feet, and is compatible with the vision of the Garden Estates Character District. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Hillsborough County Development Services Department.
Ms. Papadou, let me just confirm something before you go regarding your presentation, make sure that I understand it for the record. So the maximum number of units that could be considered under the comprehensive plan is 30, but the density, the minimum density per policy, I believe it's 1.2, says 22 units. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and then this project meets those two exceptions to go below 22 based on the environmental issue, and what was the other exception?
Yeah, so they're at 14 units, they meet to the two exemptions for the environmental issue, and because going above the 14 units to the 22 units, which is the minimum density, would mean lot sizes, they're not compatible with the development in the surrounding area.
Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, we'll turn to anyone that would like to speak in support. Is there anyone in the audience or online that would be in favor of this project? Seeing no one. And anyone in opposition? All right, how many people would like to speak? Okay, raise your hand if you'd like to speak. So I see one, sir, you're blocking my view. So I have 4, is that correct? 5. And is there anyone online? Okay, so we have 15 minutes total, so we'll track you at 3 minutes apiece. If you take less than that, then terrific. But whoever would like to start, if you want to come forward and give us your name and address.
How do I turn in?
When you're done speaking, you can, when you sign in with the clerk's office, you can give your materials to her and it'll be a part of the record.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm good.
My name is Christopher Jordan of 1133 Myrtle Road, Valrico. Could I actually ask the gentleman a question on something he had said to you about a meeting on September 14th? Is that okay?
How we'll do this is we'll go ahead and take your testimony.
Okay.
And then he has an opportunity for rebuttal at the end where he can answer your question. So if you could just put it out there and then when he comes
Okay,
up
I'll
for
mention the
rebuttal, he'll address it.
Okay,
Yes,
so just like to start off by saying I had heard something about a September 14th meeting with anybody that may have been in opposition, but none of us are aware of that. We were never contacted for any sort of meeting, so I just want to put that out there. As you can see here, we have a small group of homeowners in person and online, numerous more signed oppositions and petitions, which I have to turn in. We completely understand the necessity and monetary value for the county that comes with residential growth. I'm sure there are many charts of such growth in Hillsborough in the last few years. My question is, does the county also monitor the chart the loss of lifelong residents that are now moving away to avoid such congestions and excessive traffic and noise and change streets? It seems that currently the county has had a habit of allowing a gross overpopulation to a particular area and then trying to work on an infrastructure and road widening to help offset, thus result in several years of mass traffic and inconvenience to all. Currently, to get to our small country Myrtle Road, it takes sometimes between 20 to 30 minutes to go 2 to 3 miles on Bell Shoals as a result of this horrible road widening. My provided letter will go more into depth on the mistakes of the county with the egress and ingress of our road. I'll leave that in there. These small lots absolutely do not conform with any of our 2 to 3 acre lot homes and horse farms on Myrtle Road and Crepe Myrtle Road. This street is not wide enough for 2 cars to pass each other. Currently, one of us pulls off the road onto the grass to allow another vehicle to pass. So adding 14 homes worth of cars is going to be a danger. And it should be a safety concern, as well as emergency vehicles to come in and out of the block. Some of the lifelong residents of Myrtle Road can attest to how allowing development of small homes and small lots can change the dynamics of our country-style setting that we all cherish. As a real estate broker, I can attest that a gross change to a block such as this could negatively affect our real estate values and homes in private neighborhoods such as ours. This may not be a concern to the county and staff, but it is devastating to us. We as a group advised the county and the builder's rep that if they proposed a more conforming 7-home, 1-acre home site subdivision, we would have no objections. I wish that zoning and planning process included staff actually coming out and visiting the sites, including seeing the surrounding homes, neighbors, the wildlife, the beauty of the country-like block that will be gone here. After 3 years of craziness on Bell Shoals, we would not want another 2+ year project on our small block to be, and I thank you for listening to our
Thank you, sir.
concerns.
If you could sign in and then you can submit your documents. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Shern, and I live at 1141 Myrtle Road. And I'm speaking in opposition to the proposal. And essentially, I think that the crux of the argument has 2 or 3 major components. Perhaps the most important one initially is that this development is inconsistent with the overall context of our neighborhood. As Chris mentioned, most of the homes in the neighborhood are on a minimum of 2 acres of land, and it's a very much a country setting. This is a proposed redevelopment of an equestrian farm on Myrtle Road. In addition to our 2 to 3 acre lots, there are also Emerald Creek, which has large homes on large lots, and Indian Creek, which is large homes on large lots. So this is really incompatible with the general characteristics of our neighborhood. Secondly, I think as Chris also mentioned, there's some grave confusion. We don't have a homeowners association. And so when the Bell Shoals redevelopment was being proposed, we were never consulted. And we were also not consulted, as Chris mentioned, at a meeting on September 14th. None of us remember ever being invited to that. It gets into kind of a technical question. We worked with the County Commissioner White to try to get permission to eliminate a median so that we could turn left out of our development. They underestimated the traffic patterns in our area and the number of units there. And now adding 14 additional units further disadvantages us with regard to our ability to get in and to get out of the area. And I think that there are definitely safety concerns and certainly traffic density concerns. I haven't reviewed recently some of the documentation with regard to the development, but initial review, the number of cars coming in and out at various times a day seemed not to be credible to me. If you're talking 14 units, I would guess an average of maybe 1.5 cars per unit. So you're talking about adding a significant amount of traffic onto Myrtle Road. This area, and I think my neighbor Jen will probably speak to this, historically has been a country island surrounded by fish hawk and lots of residential development. I understand the need for the continued development and the housing pressures in the community. If we could have had something that was more compatible with the area, such as 1 acre plots with houses on it, as Chris said, there would be no objection. The current plan, in addition to the 14 units, has a clubhouse and a pool. It also takes up square footage and increases the density of the overall operation. So thank you for your consideration. We hope that ultimately the plan is modified to accommodate larger homes on larger lots. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Joan Allagood, and I live at 4802 Crepe Myrtle Lane. The property that is described here is a 1/4 mile of a paved road, which is, you've mentioned, doesn't fit the requirements for today. It is a narrower road than would be accepted today. It's a 1/4 mile of paved and a 1/4 mile of a crushed asphalt. So we have 19 homes on those two areas. As was mentioned before, we spent 2 years on Zoom calls trying to get access from our road to Bell Shoals. And we unfortunately were not successful. And it could be because we didn't have a homeowners association. But now they're asking to add 14 more homes. That's a 74% increase in traffic on this little narrow road with the asphalt road too. So traffic is a definite problem. We also have an environmental situation. We have wild hogs, we have coyotes, we had an eagle that a neighbor saw recently, and this is going to change the whole atmosphere of the road here. So we implore you, please reconsider. We're not unreasonable people. We understand progress, but if you would switch it to 1 acre, I think we could handle that. If not, we need a better access to Bell Shoals Road. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Robertson. I'm at 4820 Crepe Myrtle Road, Crepe Myrtle Lane in Valrico. Second, my neighbors have mentioned the proposed new subdivision doesn't necessarily meet the lifestyle. I moved to Crepe Myrtle Lane about 2 years ago because of the country life. And there is coyotes, but there's also horse farm and trailers and things of that sort. Myrtle Road is a very narrow road. And one of my neighbors just mentioned, I don't know how they're gonna, build this massive road with sidewalks and all this kind of stuff, because we already have to pull off the side of the road to let someone come through. There's no way 2 cars can go down the road. So we're not opposed to change, and we had no real complaints of what fits the area would be the original application of the 7 homes. We had no real opposition about that. But when they increased it, that's more traffic. And we don't have a lane that turns, we don't have a a turn-in lane. We can't turn left into our neighborhood and things of that sort. We lost that battle. And so now, we have to go up and we have to make a bump out to turn. So that's kind of like making a U-turn on 60. That's very dangerous. And so now you're adding at a minimum 14 or 28 extra cars turning in and out. That's creating danger. And I think no one ever, looked at that. So thank you for hearing us.
Thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in. Was that the last person? One more. Okay. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Attila, 4814 Crepe Myrtle Lane. Thank you for being here after hours and serving us. Thank you so much. Two questions I have. We moved to the Crepe Myrtle Lane 10 years ago with small kids. That was one of the biggest reasons we moved there. And on the top of what we told about safety and the other issues and the environment and the size of the lands, let me ask you, how would you feel to increase the traffic by almost 100%? That's one of the questions. Another question is, sorry, I'm so emotional on this.
You're doing fine.
There must be a reason for the number of 14 houses. So we would like to know, why is the number 14? We understand the today's market, how the economy is going. The interest rates are higher. There are still demand for the housing. And that's an interesting question. Why this 14?
All right.
Thank you so
We
much.
will ask them. Thank you so much. If you could please sign in. All right. Seeing no one else that would like to speak in opposition, we'll close that portion of the hearing. We'll go back to Development Services. Mr. Grady.
No, nothing for unless you have questions.
All right. I would like to touch base if it's someone from Transportation, just real quick to answer, get their feedback on the Myrtle Road issue. Good evening. So if you could just comment, I'm looking at the transportation comment sheet and it talks about administrative variance and so forth, but can you enlighten us about the status of Myrtle and any possible improvements?
Yes, so for the record, Alex Steady, Development Services Transportation Review. So there is an administrative variance. Myrtle Road is a substandard road, but as a part of the administrative variance, they were required to demonstrate the geometry of the road, and based off of the measurements, they are measuring 20 feet wide of pavement included by their engineers, and that does meet our requirements for the road. They will be required to, by condition, to include a sidewalk from their proposed site all the way to Bell Shoals as a part of their administrative variance.
Okay, so Myrtle Road, the 20-foot wide pavement meets county standards, but the improvement will be adding sidewalks, correct?
Yes, and yes.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, now we'll go back to the applicant who has time for rebuttal.
Colin Rice again, 101 East Kennedy, Suite 2800 for the applicant on rebuttal. A lot there, so I'll try to be brief with my points and try to address everything. So point one, this is the notice mailing and affidavit submitted as part of the record for what was mailed for notice of this hearing. I want to bring to your attention, so this is the county's letter. Included within this mailing is the affidavit of notice, was this. So in the county's required notice mailing to all of the residents, and the mailing list is here and certified by the U.S. Postal Office, was included the September 14th, 5:30 p.m. Zoom meeting. I was on the meeting, nobody attended, so we tried. This is already in the record. Rest. I think there is some conflation between the conditions of Bell Shoals Road and this project. We're entitled for 7 units now. What we're asking for is for 7 additional units. So these percentage increases in the traffic count just aren't factually true from what's approved there now. Just want to make that clear for the record. There in the staff report conditions, there is also a turn lane warrant condition. If at site development, it is warranted to install a turn lane, we're obligated to do that, and we agree to that condition. I do want to remind Madam Hearing Master tonight that both staff and Planning Commission found this proposal consistent and approvable. That is by law competent substantial evidence in the record. While we're sympathetic to traffic impacts and the overall community, what we heard is a lot of lay opinion testimony. For purposes of what is legally sufficient for this approval tonight, I do want to bring to your attention the case law that we're all bound by here. And we have copies for the cases I'll provide for the record too. Staff recommendations are considered competent substantial evidence, and I'll just read it into the record. Village of Palmetto Bay v. Palmer Trinity Private School Incorporated, 128 Southern 3rd 19. Staff report recommendations constitute competent substantial evidence. That will be submitted into the record as well. I'm sorry, my time is short on rebuttal. I just need to protect a record. Planning Commission staff has found 14 units specifically consistent. Suggestions of different unit counts tonight are not supported by competent substantial evidence. And lastly, it is our burden as the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the comprehensive plan and land development code. We have done that, buttressed by staff support. The burden then shifts to opponents or the local government agency to show that approval would result in some kind of substantial harm. That decision then must also be supported by competent substantial evidence. Our opinion is it is not. We respectfully request your approval. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the project, but I will submit to the record the 3 cases that I had cited.
Thank you. You addressed the neighborhood meeting question, and the 14, I presume, was what you could fit on the property, how that number was derived. That was one question from the opposition. How was the 14 derived?
Compatibility, protection of the natural resources, viable lot size, and project feasibility, frankly. 7 doesn't work. 14 does.
All right, and then the last question that gentleman asked about the increase in traffic. So I think you've addressed that through the comments, not only from yourself, but also from county staff.
Sure, I'll just reiterate again, it's 5 a.m. peak hour increases, 7 p.m. peak hour increases over what's already entitled. And again, there is a turn lane warrant. If it's appropriate, it'll be installed at site development.
All right, perfect. Okay. Does that conclude your rebuttal?
It does.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Then we will close rezoning 22-0949. We're going to take a 5-minute break at this point. So we'll come back, let's just say 8:40, we'll come back.
Psst. Hey, would you do me a favor? Grab your phone or smart device and open up that camera. Then point it right here at the QR code. Do you have it? I'll wait a second. When you see the link pop up on your screen, give it a tap. You ready? Boom! Welcome to the Hillsborough County official YouTube channel. We've got all sorts of videos here, all about what makes our community such an awesome place. From local events and community highlights to what's in the perfect Cuban sandwich. We've got it all. We're always adding new things, so while you're here, be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you'll never miss a new video. Here's that QR code again, just in case you missed it. Go ahead and check it out. Ooh. This must have fallen out of that video. This really is the perfect Cuban sandwich.
Hey, the new house looks great. How are you liking it here?
Well,
You wouldn't expect this in your home.
What?
Why on earth would you do it in ours? Hillsborough County put waste in its place.
Hillsborough County wants to do business with you. To create a sustainable economy and do business here at home, Hillsborough County offers a free 4-week course designed to increase opportunities for local, small, and minority businesses to participate in your government's purchasing and contracting activities. The course is open to organizations registered as small or minority business enterprises with Hillsborough County and offers access to surety bond assistance, as well as assisting them in preparing for greater opportunities for set-aside construction projects of up to $500,000. Participants will gain greater insight into estimating and bidding, business accounting, and construction bonding.
Thanks to the Hillsborough County Minority and Small Business Program, we are able to now utilize some of the things that we learned in class to increase our business performance and our sustainability.
Not already registered with Hillsborough County? Get started and find out more information through the Minority and Disadvantaged Business Development online portal at hcflgov.net/MWSBE.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to reconvene the meeting. If you could please have a seat, we're going to get ready to call the next case. Mr. Grady.
The next case is agenda item D5, rezoning PD 22-1103. The applicant is Jacob Egan. The request is rezone from agricultural rural to planned development. Sam Ball with county staff will provide staff recommendations. Their presentation by the applicant.
All right, good evening.
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward and Henderson. In the interest of time, I'm just going to launch right into our planning presentation and ask our planner to come up and do that.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. We have a PowerPoint presentation. My name is Steven Spazzato. I'm a certified planner with Level Up Consulting, 505 East Jackson Street, Tampa 33602. Appreciate working with staff and also pleased to be able to present this project to you this evening. We could just go ahead and jump to the next slide. The 17.4 acre site is an infill type location. It's in the urban service area and it's surrounded by property that is the same land use, which is SMU 6. It's historically been an ag type use, as is the property to the south. Has frontage on Fern Hill Drive as well as Cone Grove Drive. Along the western edge is in Ventana community, which is residential. Go to the next slide. So this is a rendering of the PD site plan. Includes 104 single family homes. The design is alley loaded, which is characteristic of traditional neighborhood design or TND. The access is on Fern Hill Drive. Access to Cone Grove Drive is not feasible. There's an intervening tract that's owned by the Ventana CDD, which includes conservation. In terms of circulation, it's a loop road with two interconnections, one to the east, one to the south. There's ponds along the western boundary where there's commercial opposite on Fern Hill Drive, and then our preservation is primarily along the southern boundary of the site. Next slide. So this elevation shows what the community will look like from the street level. Again, the emphasis is on architectural design instead of driveways or garages. There are doors, windows, architectural elements, as you can see on the graphic. Side setbacks, their minimums are offset. There's 1 foot on one side and 9 foot minimum on the other, which provides for a side courtyard or green space. Okay, next one. We have a waiver to LDC section 60104B2. It's to waive the front courtyard requirement for lots less than 5,600 square feet. Again, code doesn't envision the T&D design that we're proposing. As you can see on the left, what the code requires, and on the right is what's included in our PD. Again, demonstrating the side courtyard. The next. We also are proposing a design exception to enhance the community or modifying the T&D roadway section to increase the right-of-way from 52 to 56 feet to provide on-street parking on one side. Again, the justification for that is to minimize parking along the travel lanes for the street or the alley. The section on the left is the current section, on the right is the proposed. The circle on the bottom just shows the locations of street trees. I'm going to just quickly summarize, I'm sorry, next slide. In terms of consistency and compatibility, I'm going to summarize with three points that are sourced from the comp plan that are below. First, the design achieves the desired density with a compact form that fits the site and setting. It complements surrounding development. Adjacent is residential. Across Fern Hill Drive is commercial, but again, we locate our ponds adjacent to Fern Hill Drive. And again, this T&D approach, I think we've demonstrated through the site plan and the elevations, fosters a creative approach and architectural attractiveness, and also adds to the diversity of housing opportunities. And in conclusion, just to summarize, or just to reiterate, the staff found no objections consistent with the compatible with existing development and consistent with the comprehensive plan and approvable subject to conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You can sign in. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Steve Henry to go over the administrative variance just real quickly.
Good evening.
Good evening, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel. Put something on the Elmo. So we have requested and received a administrative variance that it was deemed approvable, and this is for Fernhill Drive. So what we're asking for is a waiver to TS4 standards, and basically what it has to do with is the bike lanes. And I'll show you what we've got here, but so essentially our access, this is the site here, our access is going to align with the ring power driveway that's already there with the turn lanes. And this shows a street view of the roadway. So it has bike lanes today, has curb and gutter, has the appropriate width of the lanes. The issue is that the bike lane, when the road was built, it met the standards. As of today, the standards have gone to 7 feet from 5 feet. So what's out there today, what met the standards at the time, doesn't meet it today. There's not sufficient right-of-way to go widen the road to add those additional. So that's why we've asked for the administrative variance.
So the variance reduces that requirement by
Correct.
2 feet?
Correct.
You said, okay, I understand. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And our entire team is here, but that concludes our presentation unless you have any questions.
Not yet. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Development Services.
Good evening, Sam Ball, Hillsborough County Development Services. Excuse me. The applicant is requesting excuse me, to rezone a 17.4 acre property located at the southeast corner of Cone Grove Road and Fernhill Drive intersection from agricultural rural to planned development in order to allow for the development of 104 single-family dwellings. The property is located approximately 1/2 mile south of Gibsonton Road and 1/4 mile east of Interstate 75. The properties in the vicinity are developed for a mix of single-family residential, commercial, and industrial uses. The residential properties to the north are part of a PD and are developed at 8.27 dwellings per acre. The single-family properties to the east were developed under PD at 3.56 dwellings per acre. The vacant property to the south is zoned AR and currently allows for a density of 1 dwelling per 5 acres. The commercial and industrial properties to the west are developed for motor vehicle sales and a warehouse facility with open storage. The maximum FAR of 0.11 allows for a maximum of 227,000 square feet of gross floor area. If approved, PD 22-1103, the development of 104 single-family lots would be allowed at a density of 6 dwellings per acre. The development would include 1.48 acres of wetland preservation, 0.12 acres of community gathering area. The applicant is requesting a waiver from LDC Section 60104B2, which requires that the front entrance shall be in a courtyard that has a minimum dimension of 8 feet. Instead of the courtyard entrance, the applicant is proposing a traditional neighborhood design concept that includes rear entry 2-car garages, a 5-foot front yard setback where no setback is required, a stoop or a porch facing the street. Each home will also have a courtyard in the 10-foot wide area between the structure and the neighboring home that faces the street. If approved, the county engineer will approve Section 60402B administrative variance from Section 60403L of the Hillsborough County Land Development Code, and if approved, the county engineer will approve a design exception for the typical section for the internal roadway. Based on the SMU 6 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern and proposed uses development standards, the zoning district, excuse me, for the PD zoning district staff finds the request approvable. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
None at this time. Thank you. Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappinger, Planning Commission staff. Subject property is within the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The suburban mixed-use 6 category is intended for urban and suburban intensity and density of uses. The proposed density is consistent with the intent of the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. The subject property is surrounded by suburban mixed-use 6 on all sides. There are mainly single-family residential uses to the north, east, and south, and heavy commercial and light industrial uses across Fern Hill Road to the west. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 1, providing growth within the urban service area. The proposed meets the minimum density required per Policy 1.2 for properties within the urban service area by providing 104 single-family residential units. The proposal also meets the intent of Policy 1.4, as the site is mainly surrounded by similar single-family residential uses. Based on the delineation approved by the Environmental Protection Commission, there are approximately 2.57 acres of wetlands present on the property, which is under the 25% threshold outlined in Policy 13.3. 104 dwelling units are being proposed, and it's consistent with Policy 13.3. The EPC Wetlands Division reviewed the proposed site plan that was submitted into optics on August 30th, 2022, and has determined that a resubmittal is not necessary for the site plan's current configuration. Based on this, Planning Commission staff finds this request consistent with Objective 13 and associated policies in the future land use element, and Objective 3.5 and associated policies in the environmental and sustainability section. The applicant requests to develop 104 single-family homes. They are proposing single-family detached lots that are zero lot line with rear-loaded garages served by alleys. In addition, there's a community gathering space, wetland preserves, and stormwater management ponds proposed. And the applicant is consistent with Objective 12 and Policy 12-4.1, as well as Objective 16 and Policy 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 16.8. The applicant is proposing access to the development from Fern Hill Road. An internal roadway network, including alleys to provide for circulation within the neighborhood, is proposed with off-site interconnectivity and clustering the development away from on-site environmentally sensitive lands. The proposal meets the intent of Policy 16.7. At the time of drafting this report, Planning Commission staff had not received transportation comments. Therefore, Planning Commission staff finding did not take transportation comments into consideration for the analysis of this request. The request is consistent with several goals found in the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. It provides residential development that's consistent with existing development in the surrounding area and protects the natural environment. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Department of Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor or online? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? Seeing no one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Ms. Corbett?
Nothing further other than respectfully asking for your approval.
All right. Thank you so much. With that, we'll close rezoning 22-1103 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D6, application number Major Mod, application 22-1112. The applicant's Landside Investment LLC. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening again. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard. This is a request, as Mr. Grady said, for a major modification to the existing plan development that is the Winthrop development in Riverview. The technical ask here is to add 500 students and the facilities that would, educate and house them to the existing charter school, and also add a child care use of 180 students. From a planning perspective, I think all that is pretty easy. It's an existing school. The dirt for the facilities is there. It was previously earmarked for multifamily. That's going to move elsewhere in the project now. And obviously the need for the expansion is more than apparent. I know the school has a waiting list that numbers in the hundreds. The devil in this case is actually the vehicular and the transportation aspects, because we had to basically engineer a de novo queuing system that kept all of the traffic, the drop off, the pickup completely internal to the project without compromising any access points or interfering with the existing businesses. And Winthrop is a built-out development, so that took a lot of work, let's put it that way. This case is on its second case number. We've been at it for quite some time. I would like to introduce Mr. Jason Kendall, who can walk you very briefly through, or at your discretion, we can go into detail, the queuing plan, so we can show you how it works and how it does what it's supposed to do.
That was going to be my question, to have that comparison done of what you have now and what you're proposing.
Yes, ma'am. To be very clear, we have nothing now. This was done before a queue was mandated. So that's why the exercise was exceptional.
Appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. Jason Kendall, 708 Lithia Pinecrest Road, Brandon, Florida. I'd like to share something on the Elmo if possible. Okay, as Billy mentioned, the two schools were built before any of the queuing, current queuing criteria was mandated. Currently, the school drop off and pickup comes up the western side of the schools and, drops off and picks up on the western side. That's directly adjacent to Providence Avenue, which is right here. So currently the parents will come in to various locations across Winthrop, but they'll come around and there's 2 lanes currently that they can come up here and queue on site. So as Billy mentioned, we've gone in detail with staff and the founder of Winthrop, and we've kind of came up with a new queuing plan that changes things quite drastically. We've added 2 lanes of queuing around the school itself, so there's 4 lanes instead of 2. Additionally, the 4 lanes extend up the eastern side of the school as well, so we have a lot more stacking there. Currently, there is no parent traffic coming in Grand Winthrop on the south side of the school. We've reversed the queuing lane, so the traffic will come in, circle the school, and also come in off of Bloomingdale, which again greatly increases the traffic. Currently, also, a number of the parents will drop off the kids in the Publix parking area and walk them into school. We're changing that to add an actual parent drop-off area on the north side of the Winthrop complex, and we're making sidewalk improvements and ADA access improvements from that parking area to the school. We're also adding sidewalks to the neighborhood where there's 330 homes currently with about 50 students enrolled, so a number of students will walk to the school. We're also adding an additional drop-off and pickup period. Currently, there's 2. There will be 3 in the future when this is developed, and they're all separated by 30-minute time. So the queuing plan you see here in the report is the worst-case scenario for if all the students were picked up at the same time. That's not going to be the case. There's no reason for this queuing plan to ever back up this far, but we do have enough stacking for all the students at the whole complex to fit on the Winthrop property.
Can you show me on that plan where the new building is?
It's going on the south side of the development. It's right there.
I see.
Currently, right now, the Publix is right here. There's 2 school buildings right here, and the new school complex is going here. The new school buildings, and as Billy mentioned, that's currently on the existing PD plan to be a multifamily development with up to 150 units.
I understand. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. If you could please sign in.
All right.
William Malloy, and I just want to reinforce that document that Jason produced absolutely reflects a worst-case scenario, as though every child was being dropped off or picked up at the same time. And what we've agreed to at the school is staggered drop-off times. So that, again, that density, that many cars on site, we should never actually see. I just want to make sure that's clear.
And did I also see in the conditions that there'll be mandatory staff people assigned at various locations?
Correct. There's, and I believe John Sullivan could actually speak to that. We're going to have the school agree that they have to have staff at certain points within the project. If they don't, their right to do the walk-up drop-off will be revoked.
Understood. All right. Thank you so much.
I'm just going to introduce Mr. Sullivan. He's the owner and the principal on this project, just so he can retain his right to speak at the board if necessary.
Perfect. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for being here late. My name is John Sullivan. My address is 11135 and 37 Winthrop Market, which is it's been my honor in working with the county all these years to bring a TND with Andreas Dwani, and he came and visited actually when school was open recently, and we kind of looked at the right way to do this. And actually everything about this plan that's being proposed now, sometimes frustrated with staff, actually got better over time, even with the give and take that causes this to happen. I've had the pleasure for living with the school on my back porch, and when I wake up every morning, I get to watch. Up till now, it's been about 350 parents walking with their kids to school, and coming back handheld back to the public. So it's really been a remarkable experience just to kind of live and watch these kids do it. I mean, it's just one of the joys because developing and building is, dry and deals with leases and things like that and building contracts, but this has been kind of a pleasure in the project. So I can tell you that it's worked very well and people really work it out now. And this now adds much more capacity if the worst case they're talking about happens. So I just wanted to tell you thank you all for working on it, and it's been a pleasure to work with you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. If you could please sign in. Terrific. Mr. Malloy, does that conclude your presentation? Perfect. Development Services.
Hi, good evening. Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. This is a major modification request to PD 97-0113, as most recently modified by PRS 14605. This is a 148-acre mixed-use project known as Winthrop, which consists of residential, commercial, office, and civic uses in a T&D development form. The area of modification, as the applicant's team pointed out, is the southwest portion of the PD, which is currently permitted for multifamily. The applicant requests a second development option, which would allow for the expansion of the neighboring charter school and a daycare use. If developed under this option, multifamily uses would still be allowed elsewhere in the PD at the permitted maximums. The K-8 charter school expansion would increase the number of students from 1,300 to 1,810 with maximums per grade levels, which is outlined in the conditions of approval. This PD was approved prior to the LDC requirement for charter schools to provide a queuing and event parking plan. Therefore, as you heard, under this major modification, that analysis needed to be conducted, and those plans are included as part of the site plan. Staff's review of the proposal found that the area is already developed with school uses and is adequately separated from residential uses found to the west and east. Residential to the west is separated from the subject area by Providence Road and retention ponds on the western development. Residential to the east is within the Winthrop PD and is separated by a large retention pond. Areas to the south consist of wetlands and a conservation easement. The area to the north is developed with the existing charter school. The charter school will accommodate students being dropped off from a car utilizing the queuing lanes, as well as students dropped off from an on-campus location and then walking to school. The vehicular queuing plan will locate lanes around the school area, and no queuing will occur outside of the PD or in the residential-only areas of Winthrop. The off-campus drop-off location is located north-northeast of the school in a portion of the PD developed with commercial, office, and live-work uses. Signage will be required to direct parents to the specified area and discourage the use of customer parking elsewhere in the area. School attendants will be stationed within the vehicle queuing area and off-campus parking areas to monitor safety and circulation. The applicant provided a detailed existing and proposed parking count, which has demonstrated to staff that excess parking is available and can be utilized for the off-campus drop-off area. We received no objections from reviewing agencies and received a finding of consistency from the Planning Commission. Therefore, in addition to the factors I just noted, we do recommend approval subject to proposed conditions. And I'm available if you have any questions.
None at this time, but thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappinger with your Planning Commission staff. Subject property is within the residential 6 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and is within the limits of the Riverview and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems community plans. The intent of the residential 6 future land use category is to designate areas that are suitable for low-density residential development. Residential 6 surrounds the subject site on all sides. Residential 12 is located to the northeast. Residential 4 and public quasi-public categories are located to the east, and to the southeast is residential 2. As the proposed use is a residential support use, it is permitted in the residential 6 future land use category, and it is not subject to commercial locational criteria, as it is not a neighborhood serving commercial use. The proposed is consistent with Objective 8 and Policy 8.1, which recognizes that a range of identified uses can be found in each of the future land use categories, provided they are compatible. In this case, the proposed use is compatible with the residential 6 future land use category, which is primarily residential, but allows compatible neighborhood serving commercial uses and residential support uses. The proposed major modification is in an area that is a well-established mixed-use development known for its connected mix of retail and residential. The expansion of the school and introduction of childcare, both of which are residential support uses, would further contribute to the mixed-use nature of the site. As per Policy 8.3 and 8.5, the applicant is not required to remove entitlements for the multifamily uses that were previously approved, as intensity and density calculations for a site may be calculated using the gross average of the site for schools. However, the applicant is proposing a reduction in the multifamily residential dwellings as per the proposed conditions of approval. The proposed meets the intent of Objective 9 and Policy 9.2, which requires all development to meet or exceed the requirements of all land development regulations adopted by the county, state, and federal government. The applicant has submitted a queuing plan and has requested an administrative variance and design exemption regarding the eastbound right turn lane at the intersection of Bloomingdale Avenue and Winthrop Town Center. The applicant has also requested design exemptions for requirements regarding lane length and width for Bloomingdale Avenue, and regarding improvements to Providence Avenue. At the time of filing this report, final transportation and zoning comments were not yet available in optics. Before the Planning Commission staff finding did not take them into consideration for the analysis of this request. Schools and childcare centers are residential support uses and are permitted in all residential future land use categories per Objective 17 and Policy 17.1, as long as the proposed schools are compatible with the surrounding area. The site is part of a larger mixed-use development known as Winthrop Village. It includes a mix of residential, commercial, and residential support uses. Access to the charter school and childcare centers through Grand Winthrop Avenue off Providence Road. Pedestrian connectivity is achieved with a network of sidewalks that will be internal to the development and connected to the surrounding Winthrop Village area. And the applicant has submitted a plan which will stagger the arrival and dismissal times for students by age and grade groups and include a walk-up parking in the plan, with additional parking available in existing public parking lot. The school is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area and is consistent with Objective 16 and Policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3, as it provides a transition of uses away from the intersection, Bloomingdale and Providence, where the commercial uses are located, while the residential support uses will be further south on Providence Road. The request is also consistent with the community design component, Goal 10, Policy 10-1.1, which requires schools to be located and designed in a manner that creates community assets. The design of schools is also encouraged to have a scale similar to adjacent development. The site is within the limits of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan that recognizes the preferred development pattern of each of its smaller communities. And it's within the Riverview Community Plan, which has Goal 10, which seeks to support and maintain high-quality schools serving as community amenities.
You got about 25 seconds left.
I'm at my end, so perfect. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor?
Yes. We have Stephen Griffin.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Griffin.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Master and staff. I want to speak to this PD. in support of this application. The reason I'm supporting this application is going to be making an improvement to the livability of our community. I'm a resident of Winthrop Village, and the charter school, as indicated by the applicant, has never really had a queuing plan. It was approved prior to the requirements in the Land Development Code for queuing. So every school year was always an adventure of parents coming through the neighborhood, queuing in the neighborhood, creating chaos, if you will. The proposed development with the conditions as proposed by staff, and as you saw presented by the applicant, will finally put a queuing plan for this charter school in place. This will move the parents' traffic coming to and from the school away from the residential portions of our community. It will finally provide some peace of mind for the residents, knowing there is going to be a consistency when each school year starts. Parents will know where to come and go and to pick up their kids, and we'll have less traffic impacts on our residential neighborhood. So my support is for this PD, specifically with those conditions approved by staff, particularly conditions 21 through 31, which speaks to the transportation, the access management plan, and the pedestrian plan, moving students and their parents to and from the school and removing that burden from our residential neighborhood. I think this is a good plan. Again, it will reduce the impacts of this charter school on the residential portion of Winthrop Village and help our community continue to grow and prosper in the coming years. So thank you very much.
Mr. Griffin, before you go, could you give us your address for the record, please?
Certainly. My address is 6143 Cliff House Lane, Riverview, Florida, 33578.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you
Is
for
there
your
anyone
time.
else that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? See no one in the room, no one online? All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Malloy?
No, I think we're a happy team. I would like to thank Mr. Griffin for his comments. I know he is well respected. It's good to see him, and we appreciate his support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, we'll close major modification 22-1112 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D7, rezoning PD 22-1223. The applicant's Property Reserve Incorporated. The request is rezoned from AR to Plan Development. Sam Ball with county staff will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Jake Kramer with Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, number 2100 for the record. In light of the hour, I'll go ahead and have our land planner, David Smith, launch into the short presentation.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in. Good evening.
Good evening. We have a PowerPoint, and we'll go very briefly. David Smith, 401 East Jackson Street, Director of Development and Zoning for Stearns Weaver Miller. I have been sworn. The application tonight, as we say, is our ZPD 22-1223. And go to the next page, please. It's generally located in the Ruskin planning area, just north of College Avenue and along 12th Street at the northwest corner. Next slide. The 4.29 acre site is a agricultural zoning on it, future land use of Res 6. Located in the South Shore Area-wide Plan, but also located within Ruskin Community Plan. So in this area, you can see in the graphics where this parcel is located. It's pretty much mid-block between College and Shell Point as it goes to the north on the left side or west side of the street. Next slide, please. In this aerial, you see the location. This is an undeveloped piece of property, except adjacent to us, there is a single-family home along 12th. There's vacant property to the west for residential. All the way over by the railroad track, there's an old PD for a multifamily development. On the south side, it's agricultural land, but we will be talking about another zoning coming up just behind this for the property to the south. It's on an unimproved right-of-way. that is Third Avenue Southeast. And this development will propose to improve along its frontage that section of the right-of-way to county standards. Next slide, please. This shows a general site plan. This is for 24 townhouse developments. Hashed down below is the additional right-of-way and area of development for the roadway system. Just to the south of that hash mark, there's a large county stormwater conveyance system. And on the site plan, there's a typical section that shows the protection of the roadway and from the ditch, so that there's a guardrail installed along to prevent people from traveling off the road and potentially into the ditch during storm events and for safety purposes. In this, you can see the footprints of the development. The northern part of it is the conceptual area for the retention pond. We do have one single-family home that is essentially surrounded by this development, but no development of residential units will go behind it or to the north. Everything is to the south of that particular house that's on 12th. Next slide, please. So looking at the zoning request, I've already indicated we have 5.59 dwelling units per acre. It's 24 townhouses, maximum height 30 feet. The development standards have been set for each lot. We'll have the one full access point on 3rd Avenue Southeast. We'll have 10-foot type A buffer around on the east and the west side. And we are dedicating right away for the improvement of 3rd Avenue Southeast to county standards. Next slide. So looking at consistency with the goals and strategies for the comprehensive plan and the Ruskin community plan, townhouses are permitted in Res 6 future land use category. The project complies with the maximum density of 6 dwelling units per acre. The Ruskin community plan says this is an area A2, which indicates a variety of housing types are recommended, including townhomes. So we're consistent with that. Project meets goal 5 of the Ruskin community plan by providing diverse home styles and types to accommodate diverse population and income levels. And then goal 7 of the Ruskin community plan encourages higher density residential between 12th and 3rd, which we're pretty much in the epicenter of that particular area. Next slide. Looking at transportation and connectivity. So the applicant is only proposing one access point to the south and 3rd Avenue Southeast. We are dedicating 45 feet of right-of-way to improve the platted street section. As far as connectivity of going further west or north, the site is relatively constrained. If you look at the grid pattern that is on the west side of CSX, you'll see that there's multiple streets, multiple connections, but they all stop at CSX. This particular location, we have the same situation. There's no connectivity that can be put in place to go across the railroad track to continue the grid pattern in that location. When you go back to the east, 3rd Avenue Southeast is basically only a drainage conveyance. There's no road section in that area. In looking at the block sizes in this area just to our north, there's a similarly sized land area that is immediately to our north. And because of that, when you look at the connectivity options that are available, it's a very small frontage on Shell Point Road and 3rd Avenue. So when you look at the general area, anybody that wants to go visit somebody that's immediately north of them, they will easily be able to traverse on the sidewalk system that's going to be put in place. So they won't have, there's no need to have a car access going up and the short block lengths that would be in existence. And so that is basically the general reason we haven't had any other connectivity to the south, which we'll be talking about the project shortly. There is a large stormwater conveyance that really prohibits connectivity to that side. But once again, the proximity of the developments are going to be easily pedestrian accessible and no real need for vehicular traffic. We have a design exception, and it relates to 12th. 12th Street Southeast is a substandard road. However, we have a design exception that was requested, and it deals with its approvable. And the condition is that we provide a 10-foot wide pedestrian path along the west side. The only exception to that is where the single-family home outcut is there. But if there's an adequate right-of-way, a 10-foot path will be put there as well. Otherwise, it will be no smaller than 5 feet for just that piece of the road section. Next slide. So in reviewing the staff report, the county staff development services found the PD compatible with existing zoning districts and development pattern in the area, and they recommend approval subject to conditions. Next slide. Plan Commission staff report also found it consistent with Area 2 of the Ruskin Community Plan, compatible with the existing development pattern in the area, which consists of principally developed single-family subdivisions, either older ones and some newer ones, and then a church to our east. And overall, the staff finds that the proposed residential development supportable, or approvable, and appropriate in this location, and supports the vision of Ruskin Community and South Shore plans. Last slide. In conclusion, staff recommends approval with conditions. Planning Commission found it consistent, and we respectfully request a recommendation for approval. Be glad to answer any questions. We have our entire team here, the engineers here, traffic engineer, and the developer as well.
None at this time, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Development Services.
Good evening, Sam Ball, Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone a 4.29 acre property located along the west side of 12th Street Southeast, approximately 1/4 mile north of East College Avenue, from agricultural rural to planned development in order to allow for the development of 24 townhomes. The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of a mix of single-family homes, pasture, and vacant land, and a religious institution to the south. The subject property adjoins property zoned AR to the west and south, RMC 6 to the north, RSC 6 to the east. The abutting properties to the north, south, and west are undeveloped, and the properties on the opposite side of 12th Street Southeast to the east are developed for single-family use with an allowable density up to 6 dwellings per gross acre. If the rezoning to PD is approved, the property be allowed to be developed to 24 dwellings at a density of 5.59 units per acre. Development standards would require minimum lot sizes of 1,700 square feet, 20-foot minimum widths. The minimum setbacks would be 20 feet to the front and rear, 7.5 feet for the sides, 15 feet for fronts functioning as sides, and the maximum height allowed would be 35 feet. The western boundary would require a 10-foot type A buffer, and the adjoining parcel photo number 55237.004 would be required to have a 10-foot type A buffer. If approved, the county engineer will approve a design exception for the Southeast 12th Street substandard road improvements. Based on residential 6 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses development standards for the planned development zoning district, staff finds the request approvable. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Not at this time. Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is within the residential 6 future land use category. The site is within the limits of the Ruskin and the South Shore area-wide systems community plans. Planning Commission staff mapping applications show that the majority of the site appears to be located within the coastal high hazard area. The site is in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 1.4 requires all new development to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The proposed residential density is consistent with Policy 1.2 and is typical in the residential 6 designation within the urban service area. It is compatible with the existing character of development in the area. The site is surrounded by the residential 6, suburban mixed-use 6, and residential 12 designations with single-family residential, two-family residential, vacant agricultural, and public institutional uses. The proposed meets the intent of Objective 16 and Policy 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.7, 16.8, 16.10, 16.11, and 17.7. The proposal includes appropriate setbacks and landscape buffers. In addition, a stormwater retention area is proposed on the north side of the property. The proposed townhome style of housing is what is envisioned in Area 2 for the Ruskin Community Plan. The site plan appears to show a system of internal roadways with main access off 3rd Avenue Southeast and a 10-foot sidewalk along the site's frontage on 12th Street. As the applicant has stated, they are proposing to dedicate 45 feet of the site for right-of-way to bring it up to standards. At the time of drafting this report, Planning Commission staff had not received transportation comments based on the October 21st site plan submittal. Therefore, staff finding did not take transportation comments into consideration for the analysis of this request. Objective 12-1 and policy 12-1.4, the community design component, discuss how new development shall be compatible with the established character of the surrounding area. The development pattern and character of this area along 12th Street contains single-family residential, two-family residential, vacant agricultural, and public institutional uses, and the proposed townhome residential is compatible with the surrounding development pattern. The site meets the intent of the Ruskin and the South Shore community plans. Goal 5 of the Ruskin Community Plan provides for diverse home styles and types and includes a strategy to support housing to accommodate a diverse population. The proposal is for a townhome style envisioned in Area 2. The South Shore Plan seeks to create housing opportunities for a diverse population and income level, and the proposed meets the intent of these housing goals. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? Seeing no one. All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Go back to the applicant. You have 5 minutes if you'd like.
Jay Kramer, nothing further. We ask for your support tonight.
Thank you so much. So with that, we'll close rezoning 22-1223 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D8, rezoning PD 22-1224. The applicant's Property Reserve Incorporated. The request is rezoned from AR to Plan Development. Tim Lampkin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Jay Kramer again, 401 East Jackson Street, number 2100 in Tampa. David Smith, our land planner, will give a brief presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you again for the record. David Smith, Director of Development Zoning, Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, Suite 2100, Tampa 33601. This property, as I alluded to, is immediately south of the prior application. As you can see in the location map or vicinity map, this is almost exactly at the corner of College and 12th. There's only one intervening property at the corner that is separated by a floodway between this property and the one to the north. It's 33.58 acres in size. If next slide, please. So the future land use and zoning of the properties, right now we have agricultural AR zoning. Future land use is suburban mixed use 6, located in the South Shore area-wide plan, located within the Ruskin Community Plan and the urban service area. Next slide. As you can see, this property has an irregular shape because there's an intervening residential property that is located kind of wrapped by the property, but on the south side of the floodway. The property is traversed by a floodway and wetland areas. The portion of the site that's immediately south of the floodway is basically going to be used for pond compensation storage in the area. So when you look at our surrounding area, we have developed church across 12th. We have an existing subdivision. And then a little bit to the north and east, there's an additional small subdivision that is probably older than the one to the south. To our north is 3rd Avenue that we just discussed. It is the unimproved right-of-way and also the large stormwater conveyance system. On the on the west side, we have residential and government-owned property. Surprisingly, I found out that the Port Authority actually owns some of the land that is around CSX immediately to our west. Next slide. So here's the site plan of the property. This is a development that is proposed for residential uses, townhome and single family. You can see that most of the property is developed with or will be utilized for ponds and floodplain compensation. One access point will be off of 12th. Next slide, please. This particular zoning has 50 single-family detached and 96 townhomes for a total of 146 dwelling units, density of 4.7 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the SMU 6. That meets the 75% minimum density requirement. The staff report indicates that what we've shown in the slide, the setbacks and lot sizes for the setbacks for each one of the lot types. Maximum height 35 feet, one full access. Drainage, we're proposing or providing a drainage easement to the county along 3rd Avenue Southeast. The site plan of record notes that on the site plan. The county requested that in order to maintain the stormwater conveyance system. We're looking at a 10-foot buffer A with screening along the north, south, and west of the project. As is typically permitted when there's existing vegetation that can provide the opacity required for those type A screens. They can be substituted for other vegetation or also in lieu of any type of fencing. When you look at the surrounding area, there's significant separation between the actual development area and anything that is on the west side of the property or to the south because of the floodway and intervening wetlands. Next slide. Due to its location in the SMU 6, the property is required to have 2 uses. This has been accomplished by the provision of 2 different housing types. We've assured that no one use type will be less than 25%, so therefore that makes sure that 10%, minimum 10% of the land area will be utilized for the second use. Planning Commission has found this acceptable and consistent. The Ruskin Community Plan also classifies this area as Area 2, which allows a variety of housing types, including townhomes. So we have a mix of townhomes and single family consistent with that provision. Goal 5 of the community plan provide diverse home styles and types to accommodate diverse population and income. Again, this is accomplished through the mix of the housing types that are proposed. And it also recommends higher density within this portion of the community plan. This does accomplish that, even though the site is not developing too intensely because we want to be compatible with the single family development that is across 12th, and also the fact that we have significant limitation. Even though we have 33 acres, a large portion of it is in floodplain and wetland area. Next slide. Again, the applicant's requesting no variations to the land development code. Staff finds it approvable. We are asking for a design exception for the substandard roads. Again, this only deals with the 10-foot pedestrian path that will traverse the west side of 12th. That's been found approvable and acceptable by the county engineer. Next slide. So in reviewing the Planning Commission staff report, they looked at the Ruskin Community Plan, and again, they found that this property is at a residential density SMU 6. It's compatible with the existing character of the development. The retention ponds to the west, southwest, and south of the site serve as buffers to protect environmentally sensitive lands on site and adjacent. Proposed density and lot sizes are reflective of the surrounding neighborhoods, and the development pattern and character of that portion of College Avenue contains residential and public institutional, and therefore is also compatible with this development or what we propose with them. Next slide, please. Again, transportation and connectivity. As indicated on the aerial that I showed earlier, there's really no viable way to cross the floodway, the wetlands, to connect anything to the to the west. Also, CSX then ends up traversing even further to the west and causes the same disconnect in those grids. When you go to the north, Again, we have the large stormwater conveyance, and there are no existing street connections all the way up to Shell Point, and the small block faces do not warrant cross-connectivity at this location. Also, our one access point to 12th lines up with the adjacent subdivision that's across on the west end side, and that actual subdivision does not continue and connect any further west, but we do provide for that opportunity if it had connected or would connect in the future. County engineer found the DE acceptable and approvable. Next slide. So looking at the conclusions, Hillsborough County Development Services staff recommended approval with conditions. Planning Commission staff found it consistent with the Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, and we respectfully request a recommendation for approval. Here to answer any questions. We also have the same development team that was here for the prior application available if there are any questions.
I do see that same condition regarding the sidewalk and the narrowing of that area. Okay.
Thank you.
No, nothing further. Thank you. All right. Mr. Kramer, does that conclude the presentation? All right. Thank you so much. Development Services.
Good evening, Tim Lampkin, Development Services for case 22-1224. The applicant is seeking to develop an approximately 33.5 acre unified development consisting of one folio. The request is for rezoning from agricultural rural to planned development to allow for the development of 146 dwelling units consisting of 96 townhomes and 50 single-family detached homes. The site is located on the north side of East College Avenue at the intersection of East College Avenue and 12th Street Southeast. The subject property is located in the urban service area within the limits of the Ruskin Community Plan. The immediate area surrounding the property is predominantly developed residential with a place of worship to the immediate east of the subject site. To the west is vacant property and the CSX Railroad right-of-way. Immediately north of the subject site is approved for a multi-family development, however, is currently developed with single-family homes. The applicant does not request any variations to Land Development Code Part 6.06.00 Landscaping and Buffering. The applicant is required to have a 5-foot buffer with Type A screening adjacent to the single-family properties located to the south and west of the subject property that the applicant discussed. The applicant proposes a condition to allow the use of existing vegetation in lieu of required screening pursuant to Land Development Code Section 6.06.06.C.12. This permits an applicant to submit an alternative screening plan at the time of site and development review. The alternative plan shall afford screening in terms of height, opacity, and separation equivalent to or exceeding that provided by the requirements of a 5-foot buffer with Type A screening. East College Avenue is also an urban scenic roadway. Land Development Code Section 6.06.03.I.2.C pertaining to scenic roadways requires the planting of one tree per 40 feet of frontage and the planting of one canopy tree for every 50 feet of yard frontage along East College Avenue. It's noted that the water distribution system improvements will need to be completed prior to connection to the county's water system. These improvements include 2 funded CIP projects that are currently under construction and will need to be completed by the county prior to issuance of any building permits that will create additional demand on the system. This is conditioned, and it's a standard condition due to the CIP project in this location of the county. The site will comply with and conform to all other applicable policies and regulations, including but not limited to the Hillsborough Land Development Code. The Planning Commission has found the proposed rezoning would be consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comp Plan. There is a 12th Street Southeast, as the applicant went over, is the substandard local roadway, and the applicant's engineer of record submitted a design exception request for 12th Street Southeast to determine the specific improvements that would be required. Based upon factors presented in the design exception request, the county engineer found the design exception request approvable. The developer will be required to construct a 10-foot wide sidewalk on the west side of the roadway from 3rd Avenue Southeast from State Road 674, consistent with the approved design exception. Based upon The aforementioned staff finds the request approvable. And that concludes my presentation unless there are any questions.
Not at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappendrew, Planning Commission staff. Subject property is within the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. The site is within the limits of the Ruskin and the South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The site is in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1, the future land use element, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 1.4 requires all new development to be compatible with the surrounding area. The proposed residential density in the suburban mixed-use 6 designation and in the urban service area is compatible with existing character of development in the area. The site is surrounded by the suburban mixed-use 6, residential 6, and residential 12 designations with single-family residential, public institutional uses, and vacant land. The proposal is consistent with Policy 1.2, 1.3, and 13.3 as it relates to minimum density and environmental considerations. The majority of the site is located within the coastal high hazard area, and therefore the site meets the exemption under Policy 1.3 to have an allowable density of less than 75% of the maximum permitted. The allowable density allows up to 201 dwelling units, 146 dwelling units are being proposed, and this is consistent with Policy 13.3. The EPC has reviewed the proposed site and has determined that a resubmittal is not necessary. Given that the EPC does not object, Planning Commission staff finds this request consistent with Objective 13 and associated policies. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 16, policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.7, 16.8, 16.10, 16.11, and 17.7. The proposal includes appropriate setbacks and landscape buffers. In addition, the stormwater retention areas proposed on the west, southwest, and south side of the property serve as a buffer and protects the environmentally sensitive lands on site. The proposed density and lot sizes are reflective of the surrounding neighborhoods, and the site plan appears to show an effective system of internal circulation with main access off 12th Street and a proposed sidewalk on 12th extending down to College Avenue. At the time of drafting this report, Planning Commission staff had not received transportation comments based on the October 25th site plan submittal. Therefore, Planning Commission staff did not take transportation comments into consideration for the analysis of this request. Objective 19 and associated policies 19.1 and 19.2 require 2 land uses for projects in the suburban mixed-use 6 that are 20 acres or greater. The proposal includes 2 housing types: single-family attached townhomes and single-family detached residential uses on at least 25% of the site and have met the minimum 10% second use requirement. Objective 12-1 and Policy 12-1.4, the community design component, discusses how new development shall be compatible with the established character of the surrounding area. The development pattern and character of this portion of College Avenue contains residential and public institutional uses, and therefore the proposed residential use is compatible with the surrounding development pattern. The site also meets the intent of the Ruskin and South Shore community plans. Goal 5 of the Ruskin community plan provides for diverse home styles and supports a diverse population income levels. And the proposal provides for 2 different home styles and types, an area dominated by single-family detached homes. In addition, Goal 7 of the Ruskin community plan encourages high-density residential uses between 12th Street and 3rd Street along College Avenue, and this site is just north of College Avenue between 12th and 3rd Street. And lastly, the South Shore plan seeks to create housing opportunities for a diverse population income level, and the proposed development meets the intent of the housing goals. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. All right, Mr. Grady?
Nothing further.
Mr. Kramer?
Kramer, nothing further. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. We'll close rezoning 22-1224 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D9, major mod application 22-1301. The applicant CC Southfield Farms LLC. The request is for a major modification to existing plan development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation at their presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson, and I'd like to have Isabel Albert come up and give the planning presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. Isabel Albert with Half Associates, 1000 North Ashley Drive. Next, please. So this is a major modification for an existing planned development that's located in South County, just south of the Waimama Village on US 301 and Saffold Road. Next, please. More specifically, again, that's the planned development on the top part of the page. And the area of modification is 58.07 acres along US 301. And future land use, again, it's in Waimama Village Residential 2. Next, please. So this is the area more zoomed in. It's currently approved for these 3 pods, which includes a school, single family, multifamily, and some single family on the north side of the main east-west road. And we came back in to enlarge the area for the school that they needed more than 15 acres. So then we're providing that 50 acres for the school, including a park, as well as the option of the single-family units if that doesn't go through. And on the north side, we added a public use facility in addition to or in lieu of the single-family development. So we're maintaining the option 1, and then we're providing also the option 2.
And the proposal doesn't increase the number of students. It's just increasing the acreage?
The proposed just increases the acreage, but also the number of students. It's like 16,000 students around there.
You mean?
And I don't think the condition, sorry, go ahead.
Madam Hearing Officer Cami Corbett for the record. The old school was approved, it was an elementary with 1,000 students. The new school is at K through 8 with 1,600 students.
Thank you.
Okay, and so is the existing entitlements is development option 1, is that correct? Okay.
That is correct.
And
yes.
so that was my confusion because that under option 1, it doesn't identify the maximum number of students. Has that been approved at 1,000? Is that what you're saying?
If the condition was silent about it?
Yes.
Yes, then it was meant to be silent.
Unfortunately, that doesn't get picked up on the record, so.
Now move over.
No, I apologize. I looked at this before today in anticipation of this question. The traffic study is for 1,000 students. So I do think that the county would hold us to 1,000 students. Also, the prior condition required us to go through the interlocal siting agreement condition, but we've done that process. And so we've done that and we've analyzed all the traffic. So the 1,000 unit use was approved, but it wasn't approved through the siting process.
So that would all have to be redone if you were to go with option 2, with the increase in students and so forth.
No, we did that. So option 1, we did not do that. Option 2, we did do that. In fact, I have a complete copy of the report that we submitted with all of the exhibits demonstrating that into the record for you this evening.
Okay. All right. And so it's not a second school, it's just increasing.
Correct.
The
And
entitlement.
just for simplicity, we kept the school in option 1. It was just getting too confusing trying to do a different option 1. So we just said, let's just keep what was approved, even though we're not likely to do a school under option 1. If option 1 happens, it probably means that option 2 did not happen. And it would be the single family development.
Okay. I understand. Thank you.
Should just let her finish. Well, basically, staff reviewed this, development services staff, as well as the planning commission staff. Next, please. You'll see that there was no objections for reviewing agencies. The planning commission found all these policies and objectives that we met. Next, please. And again, there was no objections from any reviewing agencies and recommended approval. And Cammy's here if you have any questions.
Okay.
And it's actually 1,620 students is what
Yes.
we landed on. It was 1,600, but the school board really wanted us to maximize out the school itself. So we revised the transportation study to have it be 1,620.
All right. Thank you so much.
And here to answer any questions. Like I said, I went ahead and just submitted a complete copy of the ILA response into the record because it's in optics, but it's kind of in bits and pieces. And that's actually the complete set that has all of the exhibits and walks you through all of the elements of that. And there's actually some slides in the PowerPoint that we didn't share tonight that address that, if you'd like to review that.
All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And with that, would close.
Okay. Development Services, please.
Hi, good evening. Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. This is a major modification request to PD 19-0102, as most recently modified by PRS 21-0363. This is a PD that covers two non-contiguous areas, which under the original PD transfer density to the area known as Berry Bay. The PD is approved for 1,047 residential units and the permissibility of a public school, meaning the PD recognizes the use, but it has not gone through the interlocal to officially cite the school. The current plan delineates Pod B and Pod C separately, as you saw in the applicant's map. Pod B is approved for single-family and multifamily residential. Pod C allows for the consideration of a public school, or alternatively, residential development. Under this major mod, the current plan will be designated as option 1, and a second development option for this area is proposed. The second option combines and enlarges Pod B and Pod C into Pod BC, which will permit a public school, public park, and conservation area. Under this development option, the public school is officially being cited in accordance with the Hillsborough County Interlocal Agreement. No residential or alternative residential development is proposed in this option. This major mod also changes Pod A. The current plan permits residential development within Pod A and residential only. This will be retained as option 1, and a second development option is proposed, and that option will allow public use facilities with or in lieu of the residential development. Lastly, under development option 2, because of the enlargement in creation of Pod BC, the approved 2-lane collector roadway off Saffold Road will be located slightly southward and provide a 12-foot wide multi-purpose pathway. Pod BC is located within an area already permitted for school uses, and no compatibility issues were identified, given that it is primarily surrounded by open space within the PD. Saffold Road and US Highway 301 provide separation to the adjacent uses located to the south and west outside of the PD. The addition of public service uses into Pod A locates these uses at the entrance of the neighborhood with US Highway 301 along its western border. Proposed conditions require buffering and screening where adjacent to residential uses, either internally or externally to the project. As mentioned, this major mod serves as a review under the interlocal agreement for school facilities, planning, siting, and concurrency. The applicant submitted all required information, and staff found the location to be compatible and located within the area it will serve. The use was demonstrated as necessary to meet the educational needs of the greater community. Because the site is located within Berry Bay, which is currently under construction, infrastructure is in place to serve the school. We received no objections from reviewing agencies, and a finding of consistency by the Planning Commission staff was received. Therefore, we recommend approval subject to proposed conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions.
I do, just real quick. I know there are revised transportation comments that were submitted to me this evening.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for reminding me.
That's okay, with a number of conditions, and I just wanted to ensure specifically also about the queuing area, that those are being included as part of this proposed change.
I do believe there is a condition that states that that needs to be demonstrated. There is a conceptual approval, I believe, given At this stage, I could look for that condition really quick, or I see James Ratliff is available. He might be able to find it quicker than I would.
All right, we'll go to Mr. Ratliff. Good evening.
Hi there. Good evening. For the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section. So the queuing condition, particularly with regards to the queuing for the number of students who are projected to be ineligible for busing, that's condition 6.4. And I do see actually in the revised staff report, I do see a formatting error. Just to point out, as I'm looking at that condition, it has two subparts to 6.4, 7.1.1, which should say 6.4.1, and 7.1.2 should be 6.4.2. So we will get that created, but the queuing condition is in the revised. It's on the second page of those conditions there under 6.4.
I'm not sure I have the most recent conditions because I go to 6 and then 7. There's no subset under that. So perhaps there's a revision that I have not seen unless I'm not looking at the right part. But regardless, you're saying that these will be, there's some change in what you're looking at that needs to be done to include those conditions?
Correct. The condition is there. There was just a numbering issue with the sub-elements of the queuing condition, and then the changes to the revised condition that you have was with regards to 18. To the signal warrant condition, it was changed slightly so that it doesn't apply only to development within those 3 pods and applies to both development options 1 and 2, and that's under condition 18.
Okay. I see. Mr. Grady is giving me a hint and telling me it's under 5.1 in the version that I have. That provides for the queuing and so forth.
Yeah, I think what James is referring to in the revised conditions, now it's 6.
That would be revised for his new comment.
Yeah, because
Understood.
he rearranged the location of some other conditions, and so I think it changed the numbering.
Okay, all right, so we're all on the same page. Mr. Ratliff, did you have anything else?
That's all.
Okay, thank you so much. Then, Ms. Heinrich, did that conclude your presentation?
Yes, ma'am, unless you have any other questions.
Nothing at this time. Thank you. Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappinger, Planning Commission staff. The site is designated as Wamama Village Residential 2 on the future land use map. The site is located within the rural area and within the limits of the Wamama Community Plan. The applicant requests to maintain the total maximum number of residential units under Development Option 1 for the planned development that was previously approved, which is a total of 1,047 units, and meets the intent of the future land use element Objective 48 and its policies. The site is designated as Wamama Village Residential 2 on the future land use map. The intent of this category is to designate areas inside the boundaries of the Wamama Village Plan that are suited for agricultural development in the immediate horizon of the plan, but may be suitable for the expansion of the Wamama Village as described in the plan. The character of the area is mainly large lot, single-family residential, agricultural, and land located in the Environmental Land Acquisition and Protection Program. The site contains significant wildlife habitat, and the proposed development proposes to adhere to the developments of the Land Development Code. The Natural Resources Department did not object, subject to conditions. Therefore, the proposal is consistent with FLU Policy 13.6. The proposal is consistent with FLU Objective 16 and policies related to neighborhood development, as the proposed school use is being integrated into the residential neighborhood and providing a residential support use where a need has been determined. The application is also consistent with Objective 17, Policy 17.1 relating to residential support uses. The proposal is under review by the Hillsborough County School Board, and according to the applicant, a community meeting was held. This meets the intent of the Wamama Village Community Plan, which states that residential projects with 50 or more units should consult with the school district regarding potential school sites. At the time of drafting this report, Planning Commission staff had not received transportation comments based on the October 19th site plan submittal. Therefore, Planning Commission staff's finding did not take transportation comments into consideration for the analysis of this request. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Mr. Grady?
Nothing further unless you have questions.
Nothing that I didn't already ask. Ms. Corbett?
Amy Corbett, couple of housekeeping items. We did not follow whether there is a new condition or there are reformatted conditions because we were not sure what version of the staff report. We know there was a queuing condition, but we're not aware of a new condition, something different, just a different requirement. So we'd like to get that clarified if we could.
Well, I think the new means that whole development option 2, everything underlined, is considered new. And that all has, in my version of 5.1, has under development option 2, and then it provides for the queuing and so forth. So in that respect, it's new because it's a new option.
Right, but we've always had option 2 conditions, so that's why we're confused.
Well, now I'll defer to staff.
Yes, if Mr. Ratliff can respond to that.
For the record, James Ratliff. So from the version that was dated 11/8, that I believe you, the applicant had, I'm assuming, seen, there were no changes to the queuing condition from that version. The only changes that occurred to the conditions to the report that was submitted today at the hearing was to the condition, and in my staff report, it's called condition 18, which made some modifications to that signal condition, the wording of the signal condition, and then also moved its location, changed its location in the conditions from what was proposed.
So, Mr. Ratliff, just to be clear, so your original comment was dated the 8th, and it now says revised 11/14/22, and that's the accurate copy?
Correct. And the condition now reads, I'm happy to read that, the signal related condition as it currently is being proposed, if that's helpful for the record.
Do you have Ms. Corbett, do you have a copy of this?
We have copies of the staff report. How would we be able to tell which staff report thing?
He's referring to his agency comment sheet.
You could allow us the opportunity to review it. It's
Yeah,
a little
absolutely.
confusing, but just want to take the time while we're doing that. I do want to thank staff, Development Services staff. This was a really complicated process because of the ILA, and both James and Michelle in particular really had our arms around this and really helped guide us through this process to make sure we were getting everything into the record that needed to be into the record. And I just wanted to publicly thank her for those efforts. They are
Thank you for saying that.
recognized and appreciated. And then also when they're done reviewing the conditions, I did want Mr. Henry to briefly put into the record the roadway improvements that have already occurred out there. This is a situation where the residential infrastructure is already in place. So the roadway improvements that will be necessary to support the school are actually going to be in place before the school is built. And I'd just like him to give a rundown of what those are.
Okay.
Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa, 33607. So essentially, we've already, as it indicated, we've already done the improvements on US 301 at the project access, and that includes a southbound left turn lane. And in fact, I don't know if you've even driven out there, but you'll see a lot of striping in the middle of the road. We've actually designed that so that it would be a dual southbound left whenever the signal goes in. So we'd be able to make that a dual southbound left. We've also constructed the northbound right turn lane on 301 into the access. In addition to that, we've added the westbound left turn lane from our project access onto 301. Then we've also added the southbound left turn lane on 301 at Southfield Road, the northbound right turn lane on 301 at Southfield Road, and then we've also done the Southfield Road improvements, which included both adding a unpaved shoulder and turn lanes, and there's certain sections that where we own it, adjacent to it, we've added sidewalk and 10-foot trail along that roadway. So those are the improvements that have already been done. We're about ready to certify those complete to the county and to DOT.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That concludes our presentation, and we respectfully request approval.
Thank you so much. We'll close major modification 22-1301 and go to the last case.
The last item of the agenda, item E1, is a special use general application 22-1222. It's a special use permit for a non-conforming special use permit to modify and change existing legal non-conforming use and density associated with the property that's currently zoned RSC 6. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Doug Denmore, and I live at 5953 Moore Loop in Tampa, 33615. And I'm requesting a nonconformity special use permit to allow for 3 living units at the 8919 Rocky Creek Drive. 2 distressed duplexes existed on the site since 1957, and I'm proposing to build 1 new duplex consisting of 2 two-story living units on top of stilts, and then 1 single-family unit consisting of a 2-story building on stilts. And the building is going to conform with all required setbacks and height limits. And the sidewalk will be provided along Rocky Creek Drive for the transportation review request. And I think the project will be a big improvement to the property and to the neighborhood. And I'm just asking for you to approve my application.
Let me just ask you a quick question just to make sure I understand. So there were 2 duplexes on I guess there were 2 duplexes, and you've removed 1?
Yeah.
And you're going to build a single family home?
Right.
And you're going to leave the other duplex?
No, I'm going to build a new duplex.
You're going to tear that one down and build a new one?
Replace, yes.
All right.
So he's replacing all units. There'll be total 3. Yeah,
right.
3 new units. Yeah, instead of 4. Yes.
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. As the applicant mentioned, this application is being sought to both rebuild and expand the legal nonconforming use under a nonconformity special use permit as outlined in the LDC. The site is zoned RSC 6 and is 0.28 acres in size. A determination of legal nonconformity was made in February of this year to recognize 2 duplex structures, so that's 4 residential units and a nonconforming setback. The westernmost duplex has been removed, leaving 1 duplex structure or 2 units on the property to be addressed under this special use permit. Expansions are permitted only 1 time and are limited to a maximum of 50%. So in this case, that will provide the applicant with a maximum of 3 units that can be on the property. The expansion cannot result in a more intense use, such as a triplex, quadruplex, or other multifamily structure. Therefore, the expansion permits 1 single-family detached unit and a duplex unit, which will provide 3 units on the property. The duplexes were constructed in the 1950s in an area that has been developed with single-family homes on Rocky Creek Drive. Rocky Creek Drive is located off of Hillsborough Avenue, and that area is developed with commercial, office, and multifamily uses. Further westward, the properties are developed with single-family with canal access on both the north and south side. Staff has found the rebuilding of the duplex structure and the expansion will not have any adverse impacts on adjacent properties. Additionally, the site will be less nonconforming with 3 rather than 4 units. Proposed conditions of approval require compliance with RSC 6 zoning district setbacks and prohibit subdivision of the parcel. Based upon these factors, we recommend approval subject to proposed conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions.
I appreciate you explaining the expansion part. I wondered about that process-wise, and so I appreciate that explanation. Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 6 future land use category, is within the urban service area and the limits of the town and country community plan. The site is in the urban service area where, according to objective 1 of the future land use element, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 1.4 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The proposed residential use is consistent with a single family and two family residential uses that surround the site on Rocky Creek Drive. Although the proposed density is higher than what is expected on the site of this acreage in the residential 6 future land use category and within the coastal high hazard area, the applicant has received a non-conforming use and non-conforming structure determination from the Hillsborough County Department of Development Services, stating that the property is approved for two-family dwellings. The owner has demolished the easternmost duplex, eliminating the non-conforming rights to that building. The westernmost duplex still exists in the property. According to Land Development Code, the owner is permitted a 50% expansion. The proposal includes one single-family dwelling and one duplex in the site for 3 dwelling units. The proposal meets RSC 6 setback requirements and therefore is consistent with Objective 9, Policy 9.2, and Policy 9.3 of the future land use element. The Town and Country Community Plan does not include any applicable policies or strategies that addresses the subject property. Based upon the above considerations, Plan Commission staff finds the proposed special use consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right, seeing no one. County staff?
Nothing further.
Sir, anything else before we close? All right, thank you for that. And we'll close special use permit 22-1222 and adjourn the hearing. Thank you all for your time and testimony.